Okay, so let's dive in. Let's start a draft. Still going to finish my Euro here, but we can do that while drafting. All right, so I'm pretty sure we're going to take Cauldron of the Eternity. It's a mythic rare for a reason. It costs two. It looks like it costs 12 mana, but it doesn't actually. 2 less for each creature in your graveyard, and I mean, creatures go to the graveyard unlimited, right? So as soon as you have 3 or 4 dead creatures, this thing costs like 6 mana, and then it's pretty game winning. For 3 mana, you can bring them all back 1 each turn. I'm not saying it's one of the most busted mythics in the set or anything, but it's a powerful card. Mysterious Pathlighter, also a nice uncommon build around. If all your creatures come into play with +1/+1 on them, that's a huge deal, and there's tons of playable adventure creatures in this format. Sage of the Falls has been underwhelming, but I think that's partially because of the mill meta on Arena. This card feels like it should be really strong. It gives you like a way to win the game by getting rid of all your extra lands in the late game, while being a good blocker the turn it comes out. A 5-mana 2/5 is a totally reasonable blocker. It's not a good attacker, but it's a reasonable blocker. It feels like it should be a strong card. We rated it highly. It hasn't performed very well, but I'm guessing that's because of the mill meta. Thank you, Grimblin and Doc Reactions. Appreciate those subscriptions. Thank you for tuning in and supporting my channel. Very much appreciated. Falmir Knight is excellent. If you have a really good hand and your opponent's an aggro deck, you can just play this card for 1 mana. If you draw it any time later, you can play it for 4 mana and draw a card. It helps you hit land drops. Basically, it's a more flexible version of 4 mana 1/1 Death Touch draw card, and that card would be fine. So when you split it up into a 3 mana spell so that it can help you find land 4 if you only have 3 lands, as well as a 1 mana 1/1 Death Touch if you draw it on a turn where you need to double spell or you just want to play it on turn 1, that becomes a pretty good card. This pack doesn't really have any top commons. I mean, Tree Folk is pretty good, Outmuscle's pretty good, but none of these commons are really in contention. Really, I don't think anything's in contention. I think we're just going to take Cauldron. But Mysterious Pathlighter and Falmir Knight are not far behind Cauldron. I don't think Cauldron is like a super broken mythic, but I do think it's a powerful card. Thank you, Doc Reaction. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you, Mobius. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you, Dark Knight 7. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you, everybody subscribing, supporting my channel, making this possible. For anybody who hasn't noticed or missed the announcement, I will be streaming next year after the MPL streaming contract runs out. I have now joined esports team Fade to Karma, and Mage Market will be sponsoring my stream. That's all thanks to your support. So thank you for supporting my stream all year and making it as popular as it is. And let's move on to the next pack. Okay, so had we taken Mysterious Pathlighter, we would take Wandermare. Wandermare is a really powerful card. As I said, there's tons of commons that have adventure that are totally reasonable to play in any deck. So this isn't a 3 mana 3/3. It's really more like a 3 mana 4/4 because the very first turn after you play it, it's attacking for 4, and then it'll continue to grow. It's a fantastic card. Since we opened a Black Mythic, the Cauldron of Eternity here, we'll just go with Bacon to a Pie. Bacon to a Pie and Wandermare are pretty close in power level. I think there's virtually no debate that Bacon to a Pie is the best common in the set. This card may be even better than Murder was in M20. You pay 1 additional mana and you get a food token. That's a resource. And given you're not looking to kill small creatures 2-drops with unconditional removal, the extra mana doesn't even matter that much. Cheaper is always better, but it's not like you're like, oh, if this card only came out a turn earlier. You're not looking to play Bacon to a Pie or Murder on turn 3. The rest of this pack is super weak. There's no other cards that really compare to Bacon to a Pie or Wandermare on power level. I do want to talk briefly about Heraldic Banner. This is a card that has greatly overperformed. If you draft a heavy 1-color deck, this is a mana rock, but it's also an anthem, right? And if it's pumping a lot of your creatures, that's extra damage, that's allowing them to trade up, and you're still getting a resource out of this card because it taps for mana. So, I mean, this isn't a good mana fixer. Don't think of Heraldic Banner as a card you want in a ramp deck that's multicolor and needs fixing. Think of Heraldic Banner as a good card for a heavy 1-color aggro deck, where it's going to pump the creatures you already have in play and give you an extra mana to work with on the following turn. This is an easy Bacon to Pie for us, though, following up Cauldron of Eternity. Okay, so nothing here that's perfect for us. The best black card and only black card is Giant Skewer. It's a fine playable, but it would not be a good third pick. Nothing exciting. We do have Bacon a Pie that makes a food. So, and this card Cauldron is pretty good in a grindy food deck. So we could think about stuff like Giant Skewer and Witch's Oven. The best card in this pack is by far Grumgully. Grumgully is excellent, but we're not really looking to draw black when we have the best common in the set and a mythic rare. We could pair any color with black, but Grumgully being a red, green, gold card makes it tough. I still could consider taking it here just because if we go on to see nothing but red and green cards, then we have it. And if we go on to see black cards, we can just drop it. There's not going to be a big loss for us either way. And of course, if we get good mana fixing, we could always play green, black, light, splash, red or something. Kenrith's Transformation is okay. I haven't been impressed with this card. I think, like, since it draws a card, you would think it would be, like, a solid removal spell. But I think it actually just doesn't perform that well. The creatures are just not that big in this format. As a whole, I find this to not do much. You're shrinking a 4/4 into a 3/3, or growing your 2/2 into a 3/3. Just not a super effective card. So I think basically Oven and Grumgully are what we should be deciding between here. Everything else is pretty mediocre. If we get like the cat, if we get like Trail of Crumbs, Oven may come through for us in a black-green food deck. Think that you could definitely take Grumgully just in case you see like another Grumgully next pick or just really good red-green stuff. I think I'm going to go with Oven. Cauldron is a nice win condition for a grindy black-green food deck, and Bacon or Pie is the premium common for that. But I definitely think this is a pick between only Grumgully and Oven. So nothing exciting here, but plenty of playables. Mysterious Pathlighter doesn't mean you have to be green-white adventures. It's not like black-white doesn't have access to plenty of adventure creatures too. So this is the best card in this pack, and we could definitely take it and look at prioritizing adventure creatures, even if we go black-white. Other than that, Witching Well is nice in a blue-black grindy deck. I'm not necessarily saying that's what we have or what I expect to draft, but it's still a possibility, of course. We have 2 black cards and 1 colorless card. For green-black food, I mean, Garenbrig Paladin is more of an aggressive card. It's a good aggressive card, and maybe we would play it, but it's definitely not exciting. Malevolent Noble ends up pretty good in these decks because you have food tokens to sack to grow it. Forever Young is a card that I wouldn't prioritize that highly in person, but it's really good in this heavy mill meta. We haven't seen any Secret Keepers yet, so maybe they've started to correct it. I'm not really sure. I hope so. So I think here, Malevolent Noble and Forever Young are considerations. Witching Well, Garenbrig Paladin. I guess if we're going to go heavy black, we could also consider Witch's Cottage, but I think it's a little early to be taking that card. My inclination is just to take Pathlighter. I know our deck doesn't look like a black-white deck, but you never know what you're going to see. Mysterious Pathlighter does have a pretty high power level if you end up with a decent amount of adventure creatures. I think we can always get Noble or Forever Young to fill out those kind of slots in our deck. So it looks like they probably haven't fixed the mill meta if they're Secret Keeper 5th. That's kind of disappointing to see. Was hoping that the bots were drafting Secret Keeper aggressively now, and if you wanted them, you had to take them early. It goes well, Sir Atomy. I'm stuffing my face full of Euro, and I'm drafting. It's about as good as it can go. We could certainly still draft blue-black, like a mill deck. The Cauldron, I guess if the Secret Keeper, we mill them and then it dies, we can bring it back, or we can mill ourselves to play it on the cheap. Yeah, that's a good point, Hans. Anytime the Cauldron's in our opening hand, we could theoretically mill ourselves to fill our graveyard out. We could also take Wintermoor Commander here. We did just grab a Pathlighter. It's a pretty good uncommon. I know we don't really have Knights yet, but Black-White Knights is a deck. So here I think basically we're probably looking at a pick between those cards. I can't imagine we want to take like Malevolent Noble just because it's the most on color. It's a fine playable, but such a weaker card. Wintermore Commander, I mean, at this point we only have black and white cards, or Secret Keeper, which does go quite well with the Cauldron of Eternity. Black-White will be a creature heavier deck than Blue-Black, so the Cauldron will be better in it. Black-White Knights is pretty good at forcing trades and things like that. I think the Merfolk is a better card than the Wintermore Commander. But given we just picked up a Pathlighter, I think the Commander makes a lot of sense. And if we're going to do some sort of aggressive Black-White Knights deck, that means Fairy Guide Mother is going to be a good card. This card has overperformed, and I kind of knew it would. The big problem with 1 mana 1/1 flyers is not that if you play them on turn 1, it's that any other time you draw them, they're a bad card. On turn 1, a 1 mana 1/1 flyer has the potential to deal 6, 7, 8, 9 points of damage. The problem is, even if you draw it on turn 2 or 3, if you have something else to do, then you never have a window to play it, and then by the time you play it, it's an ineffective card. This could jump a ground creature and deal a bunch of damage. So if it's in your opening hand, you usually play it turn 1. If you draw it after that, you just jump some ground creature and a turn where you didn't have anything to do with 2 mana, and then it deals its damage that way. It's a powerful card, and I'm a pretty big fan. Thank you, WTY Bear. Appreciate that subscription. All right, let's see. Fortifying Provisions is not a card I like at all. I just don't really care about giving +0/+1 to my creatures. Giant Skewer is fine. It's only exciting if you get some synergies like with Cat or if you're using food really well, but it's playable in any little creature deck. Otherwise, I mean, we could take like an Ogre Errant. It's another filler playable. It's really not much in this pack. We have seen plenty of red. There's some small chance we'll audible into red, white, or red, black, so I'm going to grab this Ogre Errant, but I don't think that pick matters, and I don't expect to use those cards. All right, so here we can grab Squire. It's a really nice combat trick. It's also an adventure creature with Pathlighter, just an all-around good 2-drop. And again, if we're going to do a Black-White Knights aggro deck, most likely here, that means we want good 2-drops like Youthful Knight. We also want to prioritize Knights where we can because Smitten Swordmaster is really good if you have a heavy Knight count. And we already have 1 Night Lord here, Wintermore Commander. Don't think these cards matter. Pick up a Skewer just in case we want it. The 3/2 Knight with no abilities is total filler, but if we need it, it's in our sideboard. And let's get to pack 2. So the best cards in this pack are like Keeper, Fables, Beanstalk Giant, and Castle Vantress. Those are all really strong cards. Castle Vantress is an island that just auto wins you the late game. These 2 green uncommons just give you like almost automatic 2-for-1s and just are very good at what they do. We're not looking at green. We're not looking at blue. We're half and half black-white. Our deck looks good. So I think it's just an unexciting Reeve Soul for us here. I think Reeve Soul is not nearly as good as any of these uncommons and rare, but Deathless Knight is too hard to cast in a 2-color deck. You have to be heavy black, heavy green, or black green. We're pretty split white and black. Flutter Fox will be a solid drop for us, but I think Reeve Soul is certainly better. So while it's disappointing to pass all these exciting uncommons and rares, Reeve Soul is still efficient removal, and it's just an easy pick for us here. Yeah, I definitely think Standard will be healthier. Oko was egregious. Veil was limiting people's ability to play counters and answers. I'm excited to see what the new Standard's going to look like now, post-bannings. Thanks, Judge Dan from Mage Market. Appreciate that subscription. So unfortunately, we can't use either of these busted uncommons. Edgewall Innkeeper, my pick for best uncommon in the set. This card is incredible on turn 1. Improbable Alliance, really hard to interact with. Just a great uncommon for blue-red draw 2, but we're playing black-white. Clockwork Servant is good. The artifacts with Adamant are better than they seem, because if you draw 3 of any kind of land, you can play it. That said, I think Trapped in the Tower is still just better removal. Trapped isn't, like, incredible, but the more aggressive your deck is, the better it is, because even if they find a way to dislodge it later, it still makes the creature unable to block the turn you play it. We're looking at an aggressive Black-White Knights deck. I think Trapped is a pretty solid, pretty clear pick out of this pack. Speaking of unexciting but solid clear picks, this is an aggro deck. We're not trying to get too many expensive cards, but Enchanted Carriage is just good. This card gives you 6 power and toughness for 5 mana. It also goes wide. Crew 2 is not hard to do. It's just a card that consistently performs well for me. Can gum up a board. I think it does a good job of interacting with removal. Sorcery speed removal basically can't hit it. And like I said, it just goes wide and gums up the board nicely and gives you a good amount of power and toughness for the mana cost. So now there's Forever Young and Beloved Princess. We don't have a lot of ways to pump our team or anything like that, so Beloved Princess isn't really offering us anything. So it's a pretty easy opportunity to grab Forever Young over nothing. I like the Princess if you have convenient ways to pump it. Like, it's good with the Tree Folk that puts 2+1/+1 counters on a creature. It's good with the 4-mana sorcery that gives all your creatures +1/+1 permanently. But we're playing black-white, not green-white, so we're going to have less ways to pump our team. So I don't think the Princess is really for us. Now we have a tough pick. Tactician and Glass Casket are pretty close. Let's take a look at what we have. We don't have a lot of 3-drop creatures. We have a few. It's a knight, and it has adventure, so it synergizes with Commander and Pathlighter, just in addition to being a good card. Glass Casket is nice, efficient removal, though. It trades up a mana anytime you want it to, killing 3-drops. It exiles them. This is a tough pick. It even sits in play to give your foxes flying, not that we have any foxes yet. I think you could not go wrong here. Like, I think these two cards are super close, given what we have. I'm not actually sure which one I even want. We do have a decent amount of removal, and we do want as many creatures as we can have so we can trade things off and make Cauldron cheaper and then bring them back. Also, it's good with Pathlighter and Wintermoor Commander. So due to synergies, I think Tactician is right now. I'm not saying I usually take it over Glass Casket, but I think we're at the point where we should. Okay, here I'm going to grab another Fairy Guidemother. Like I said, we're looking to draft a pretty aggressive black-white. We're never going to play Witch's Oven in this deck. We can cut that. Everything else looks potentially playable. And we're looking to draft, like I said, a really aggressive deck. We want to be attacking every turn. That's a late Trapped in a Tower over nothing. We have plenty of knights and are going to continue to prioritize knights. So Barrel Witches is a nice pickup for our deck. Here's the sorcery that gives +1/+1 everything I was talking about. It's good. The smaller your creatures are, the better enhancing them is. Given we have double Fairy Guidemother, we might play it, we might not. We'll see what we pick up the rest of the way. Youthful Knight's always a fine 2-drop. I don't think we're going to play Knight of the Keep. We're not really short playables, and we already have one in the sideboard. I don't think we're going to play Idyllic Range either, but there's a higher chance, so I'm going to go ahead and throw that. Beloved Princess, now that we picked up Silver Flame Ritual, at least we might consider it, although I don't expect to play it. All right, I want this whole pack. The Black Castle is excellent. Once you empty your hand, it's just 3 mana, draw a card, lose a life. But I don't think we can take it over Epic Downfall. Epic Downfall is hyper-efficient removal. Unlike Glass Casket, which trades up 1 mana because it kills a 3-drop, Epic Downfall kills 3-drop and bigger, so it frequently trades up 3 mana. Epic Downfall is just incredible. Clearly a removal spell designed for standard on power level, even if it hasn't seen much standard play yet. Smitten Swordmaster is also excellent for our deck. I really hope we can table this card. Hopefully the other black player at the table will take the Castle Lockwain, and then we'll get Smitten Swordmaster back here. But all in all, between these three cards, it's a pretty clear ranking. We would prioritize Epic Downfall first, Castle Lockwain second, and Smitten Swordmaster third. Though they're all cards we actively want and would be good in our deck. Wish we had been able to find black-green with that Innkeeper and that Lovestruck Beast. It didn't happen, and it would have been hard to do. We started with powerful black cards, and then it felt like we were seeing black, white, and green this draft. Even a little late red pack one. Blue, we didn't really have much access to, I would say. Lovestruck Beast is fantastic. It's big, it's cheap, but we're not going to be taking it. Belle of the Brawl is a knight. We're drafting an aggressive knight stack. A 3-mana 3/2 Menace is already a strong card, and then it's hard to block because of Menace and it pumps the rest of your creatures. Sign me up. Belle of the Brawl, it's not nearly as good as Lovestruck Beast, but it is quite good in a black-white aggressive knight stack, and I'm pretty happy to pick it up. Continuing the theme of having to pass great green cards, Return of the Wild Speaker is excellent. But there's a good card for us here, too. I talked about it 2 picks ago. Smitten Swordmaster is really good. The fact that it's a Child of Night, a 2-mana 2/1 lifelink, which is always a good play on turn 2, but then it also has this bonus that you can get a couple of points of drain, which is really valuable. Also, sometimes games just stalemate and you drain them for 4. You attack with it, they block with some big creature and eat it, then you return it to your hand with, say, Barrow Witches, and then drain them out by sending it on the adventure again. I love Smitten Swordmaster for these aggressive black-white knight stacks. Obviously, it's not the power level of Lock Dragon in a blue-red draw 2 or Return of the Garruk Wildspeaker in a green deck, but it's still a good pickup. So again, Trapped in the Tower, a clear pick for us, still good removal. Taking it over Trail of Crumbs is a little sad. Trail of Crumbs is incredible. Clearly, I wish we had found green in this draft. It didn't happen, but our black-white deck still looks pretty good. I think definitely Guide Mother over Beloved Princess. Again, we don't have that many ways to pump our small creatures. Guide Mother is definitely a better fit in this deck. Now we have to decide between Reaper and Flutterfox. Let's take a look at our curve. For 2-drops, we have a Squire, but we don't mind holding that as a combat trick, so we still want to prioritize other 2-drops. We have 2 Youthful Knights. Those are just, their only job is to be cast on turn 2 if they're in your hand. Smitten Swordmaster, fine card to play on turn 2, a fine card to hold for later because you have something else. Wintermoor Commander, another 2-drop. So we're good, but we could still use more. Reaper, it would give us something to do with a lot of mana in the late game. We're probably going to play 16 lands because our curve is not super high. But that would still give us something to spend our mana on if we're a little flooded. Let's take a look at how often Fox is going to have flying. 3 Trapped in the Tower, so that's going to be a lot. Giant Skewer, I don't know if we're going to play. Carriage, but that dies and it's expensive. Cauldron is expensive, but if we play it, it probably won't die. So with 3 Trapped in the Tower, the Fox will have flying a decent amount of the time. I think this is a close pick, but I don't think we have much in the way of late game. So I think I like Reaper here, especially if people are still playing a lot of Blue Mill and Control where Reaper's good. Reaper is bad against aggro decks, but it's pretty good against all the Blue Mill type decks. I don't think we're going to cast Forbidding Fruit. I don't think we're going to cast Third Ritual. I can't really imagine this pick matters. Outflank is always a good removal spell for these kind of little creature decks. It just trades up multiple mana. Tempting Witch can be good too as far as a finisher, especially against Mill. Let's see if we make food. We have a Giant Skewer, which I'm 50-50 on playing. Bacon a Pie, which is excellent. That's about it. We really don't make much food, so I think I'll go without flank. If we made a few more food tokens, I would have took the other card, the Tempting Witch. Easy Smitten Swordmaster here. Really happy to get that card here, 8th or 9th pick. 9th pick, so we tabled it like we hoped to do. The other black bot took Castle Lockwain, and we got our Swordmaster back. Don't think we're going to play any of these. Don't think it matters. Forever Young would probably be the most likely, but I'm pretty sure we're not. That's a nice pickup. Getting another Youthful Knight to give us a good 2-drop. Pretty happy to see that. So we got to make a couple of cuts. Let's get to deck building really quickly and see what we want to get rid of. Pretty sure it's going to be a 16 land deck. Not going to play Witch's Cottage. We're going to play 8/8. It's too low of a land count and too evenly split for that cycle of lands. So given we are a 16 land deck, we want to cut expensive cards if we can. This card really costs 4, not 7. Who knows what this card costs. But we're not going to be cutting any of these. We're not going to cut these. We could cut Ritual, but we do have 3 Guide Mothers, 3 Youthful Knights, lots of cheap creatures. Again, I think the Princess is a pretty easy cut. We have plenty of other 1-drops. It's a pretty weak card. I don't know if we even want Forever Young. Creatures in the graveyard can be brought back to our hand via Barrow Witches and are empowering the Cauldron. I don't think this is a Forever Young deck. Had we played a black-green food deck, we'd be all about Forever Young as a win condition and as a way to fight Mill. But we're going to try and fight Mill by being aggressive, and we certainly don't need Forever Young as a win condition in the late game. Giant Skewer is pretty unexciting for a 16-land deck. We have enough to spend our mana on. I think I'm going to cut it. Now we're getting down to some tough cuts. I do like Silver Flame Ritual in decks like this, but I think we can let 1 go, play 1. Can't cut any of these. Actually, I forgot we had Carriage that makes 2 1/1s also. Maybe we want 2 Rituals. I might be getting a little hasty there. Do we have any non-creatures we could cut? Outflank. 3 Trapped in a Tower. I know the Cauldron's not at its best in this deck, but I don't think we're going to cut it either. It's still a potential game-winning card. I mean, we have a lot of cheap creatures that are going to trade off and die. 1 Guide Mother is cuttable. 1 Outflank is also cuttable. Even though I like this card, we have a lot of removal. We have Bacon to a Pie, Reeve Soul, Epic Downfall, and 3 Trapped in a Tower. So I think we could cut Outflank. I think that's a solid cut. Reaper's cuttable. If this was in person, I would consider cutting Reaper. I feel like you don't want to cut Reaper. It's pretty good against Mill, though. Carriage isn't really cuttable here. Carriage is a pretty good card in this deck. Reaper is cuttable. 3 Towers a lot, but we still only have like 6 or 7 total removal. So it's not like we're too removal flooded. I really think y'all are underrating the power level of Cauldron here a bit. We don't have a lot of finishers, ways to beat control decks that stabilize. I understand this card is not broken in the deck we have, but lots of cheap creatures, they're going to have to kill them, they're going to trade off. This is a potentially game-winning card. Ritual is definitely cuttable. Reaper is definitely cuttable. A Guide Mother is definitely cuttable. Squire's cuttable, but it's still, remember, this is a flexible card here. It's a combat trick that can help us attack with all these 2/1 first strikes. I don't think we want to cut Youthful Knight. I think I'd rather cut like 1 Guide Mother or 1 Ritual. I'm going to cut 1 Ritual. Even though Ritual's pretty good in this deck, we do have Cauldron, Carriage, stuff behind it, Reaper, lots of removal. 1 Silver Flame Ritual feels good. 2, I think, might be too much for this deck. All right, nothing wrong with this hand. 2-drop, 3-drop, and then some removal. Can't really complain. Getting started in fine arena fashion, getting milled. What else is new? The more things change, the more they stay the same. I don't know. I'll probably average like 5 and 3 with a deck like this in best of 1 games. It's a good deck. It's not anything special. Best of 1 is pretty high variance, though. I'm never surprised when I go like 7-1 or 1-3. You're playing 1-game matches. Anytime your opponent has the right cards or you get mana screwed or flooded, that's just a game loss right there. So this is going to be interesting because they've got the turn 2 Folio on the play, but we are an aggro deck here. We're curving out. So They're probably going to be able to deck us before we kill them, but it definitely might be close. This next turn is pretty big. If we draw like a land and we're able to double spell with Swordmaster and Trapped in the Tower on their Secret Keeper or something, that holds a lot of potential. If we don't draw a land and we're going to end up with a bunch of cards stuck in our hand, there's a much higher chance that they're going to go on to deck us. I guess I can still get 2 cards out of my hand here. I'll send the Swordmaster on an adventure, even though it's only dealing a point of damage, because I'm going to spend my 2 mana on Trap, which does 2 points of damage this turn, since it lets the Youthful Knight be able to attack. We're currently at 12 cards in our deck. Okay, I think I have to let them mill 5 here. Then we can play a Swordmaster and send a Swordmaster on an adventure. Really coming down to the wire. Without any help, they can't mill us out on their next turn, but they do get us a turn after that. And I definitely don't feel like we're going to deal them enough damage before then. Getting stuck on 3 versus the turn 2 folio on the play kind of sealed the deal. Had we had like 1 or 2 more lands to dump more of these cards out of our hand quicker, I think we could have raced this folio. So, I mean, there's 5 cards in our deck. I can play the Tactician now, so we don't actually go to 0 cards in our deck, but we're not killing them from 9 in 1 turn. So, let's get to the next game. Unfortunate. We should be able to beat a turn 2 folio, but like I said, they had it on the play, and we got stuck on 3, so wasn't able to dump the hand fast enough. Folio's fine. We just got stuck on 3. In MC6, I drafted a blue-black control deck in the Mythic Championship in MC6, the first draft. I had a folio. I boarded it out in 2 of the 3 rounds because I played against like a white-red Knight aggro and a white-black Knight aggro or something. Or no, it was a red-green in round 3, but 2 very aggressive decks. Folio's a powerful card, but it's not usually going to be good against aggro. They were on the play. They had it right away on turn 2, and we got stuck on lands. And we didn't draw 1-drop. We have 3 Guide Mothers. There are a lot of games where I think I would choose to put Folio in my opponent's hand against our deck. It really just happened to shine there. Thanks, Green Ghost Man. Appreciate you supporting it. Okay, let's get started with our 1/1 flyer, turn 1 here. Even though that 1/2 is going to stop Smitten Swordmaster temporarily, since we didn't draw any Youthful Knights, we'll be able to empower it past that with Silver Flame Ritual a few turns later, and I don't want to miss 1 damage a turn starting on turn 1 here. So now we're going to play the Swordmaster unless we draw a different 2-drop, but if we draw any other 2-drop, we'd rather play that and hold the Swordmaster. Unless, of course, it's the other adventure 2-drop. Now, I was referring to Youthful Knight or Commander. So now we have to decide which one to play and which one to hold. That's a 2/4. So if we give Swordmaster +2/2, it'll be a 4/3, which gets it past a 2/4. So I think it makes more sense to put the Swordmaster in play and hold the Squire, especially because we don't have any more Knights in hand, even though there are plenty of Knights in our deck. All right, so pretty easy choices here. No reason to Reave Soul when we have the Silver Flame Squire to let us keep attacking. And there's no blowout for 1 blue. If they so tiny the Swordmaster, The Squire doesn't fizzle. It still goes on its adventure. Sure, the Apprentice will live. I mean, the Swordmaster won't even die. Basically, it's good for us either way. They're debating whether or not to block now because they know this is almost certainly not a bluff, so I probably have +2/+2. But they also don't care about this Apprentice. This is a 1/2. It just so happens to be being enhanced. Since they did block, though, we'll happily play the Squire. This sets us up nicely to double spell next turn with Reave, Soul, and Squire, and then potentially ritual all our creatures the turn after that. Well, there goes that plan. That said, we drew another 2-drop, so now we can still double spell. They're going to be able to Reave Soul one of them, but we'll still have 3 creatures out to pump. Well, now we have to decide if we even want to ritual, because at this point, the Youthful Knight and the Silver Flame Squire are stopped by the O4s, regardless of whether we ritual. So ultimately, there's not much upside to that. However, we just drew Cauldron, the total bomb in some situations that several people in the chat wanted us to not play, which would be definitely a mistake. It's not affected by Summoning Sickness, so we can play it right now for 2 mana, and then for 3 mana, we can pay 2 life and put any of these creatures back onto the battlefield. So let's see what our best option is. We can play Barrow Witches, and then we'll get its ability and put Ardenvale Tactician back in our hand, or Smitten Swordmaster back in our hand. That looks really good. And then we can go ahead and use the Adventure again. I think tap 2 is better than draining. So for right now, I think we want to play the Cauldron, bring back the Barrow Witches. Then we put the Tactician back into our hand. Just attack with the flyer. We can't really accomplish anything on the ground right now. Like I said, there's going to be some draws where Cauldron isn't amazing. Just because it was amazing the first time we drew it does not mean it's going to be amazing every time. It is not at its best in this deck, but it would still be wrong to cut it. Okay, so here, do we want to tap their creatures? Do we want to ritual? Do we want to bring something back? If we bring back any of these like little 2-drops and stuff, they're fine cards, but they won't. We won't get their effects or anything like that. I think this turn, using all of our mana on tap and then just bring something back makes a lot of sense. I don't necessarily want to ritual while they still have their mana up, and if they counter this, who cares? So let's go ahead and start by tapping their blockers. Now, that their mana is dropped, we could ritual, but again, we could still bring creatures back first, and that seems better. So I think we just attack with everything. They'll block a 3 and a 2. They're going to take 3 points of damage this turn. We're not really in fear of getting decked. We still have 14 cards left in our library. And then we'll just bring back... Unfortunately, you can't bring back Carriage. It's not a creature in the yard, right? It's just an artifact vehicle. But we'll bring back Ardenvale Tactician, which is another nice flyer. Now we should be pretty much good. We get to resolve our ritual. So let's first bring back a creature, because there's no reason to miss out on pumping that one as well. I think a flyer is probably our best choice. Then we can just slam our ritual here, pump our team. Life is good. I mean, they have a nice set of defenders with a 1/5 and 2 0/4s, but they still have to stop our flyers, and we're still going to be trying to swarm them. Plus, every turn we're bringing back an additional creature with Cauldron. So they have to mill us while stopping our team. It's not easy to do. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's not easy. By my count, they're just dead on board. They're at 7, and we have 7 in the air now. So unless those Secret Keepers or Turtles learned how to fly when I wasn't looking, this game is over. We'll take all the Mill players we can get. We have an aggro deck with Sword Masters and Guide Mothers. I don't mind playing against Mill with this deck. Mill is a bad matchup for control decks, for like grindy black-green food decks. Mill's not a bad matchup for an aggro deck. It doesn't mean we're going to beat them every time. And our deck doesn't have a lot of reach. We're not like hyper aggro. But I have no problem with playing against Mill with this deck. Okay, we're definitely going to trade. We want creatures in the graveyard to lower the cost of this Cauldron, and we want to keep our life total up when we're on the draw and extend the game where we can. For now, we don't know whether they're going to have a second 7 Dwarves in hand or not, and we know we're not going to be attacking and using Ritual as a combat trick, so we should just play the Squire. It's a good trade for us if it gets to happen. If they do have the second Dwarves, we can't block, so they'll hit us for 3. But we have Reeve Soul, so next turn we can just kill the additional Dwarves, and then that'll shrink the other one right back to a 2/2, which is more manageable. And now we get another good trade and a second creature in the yard. Sadly, we do not have any more lands, but we do have 3 2-mana removal spells. The question is, do we want to Trapped in a Tower or Reeve Soul? We're definitely going to kill the red cap, even though it's not an exciting creature. We have 3 2-mana removal spells, and it can be pumped. I don't know whether we should use Reeve Soul or whether we should use Trapped in the Tower. Trapped in the Tower can't hit flyers, but red is not that likely to have flyers. I think Reeve Soul could remove 7 Dwarves, and if they're playing 1, they might have a lot of them. So my inclination is to use Trapped in a Tower here, to make sure we can kill 7 Dwarves and that the opponent doesn't end up with 2 or 3 7 Dwarves in play. Trap can hit bigger. That's why it was a hard decision. It would not be a mistake to use Reeve Soul last turn. The fact that Trap can take out giant things and Reeve Soul can't makes it a close call. You don't actually have to have a lot to play 7 Dwarves, because it's a 2-mana 2/2, even if you just draw 1. But your deck has to want a 2-mana 2/2, right? So if you're like a red aggro deck, and you have a bunch of ways to pump your creatures, and like 3 7 Dwarves, sometimes you draw 2 or 3. Sometimes you only draw 1, it does a couple points of damage, then you draw another one in the late game, and it turns into a 3/3, and suddenly you can attack and block again. I don't believe you need a lot of 7 Dwarves to play the card, but you do have to want 2-mana 2/2 to play the card. Because a decent amount of the time, it is just going to be a 2-mana 2/2. And while a 2-mana 2/2 is never a good card in Modern Limited, if you're a really aggressive deck with pump and removal, you don't mind having a 2-mana 2/2. If you're like a red-blue draw 2 deck, then you would never play a 2-mana 2/2. So in a red-blue draw 2 deck, I would have to have like 6 7 Dwarves to play them, because I would have to expect them to be 3/3s and 4/4s a lot of the time. But if I have an aggro deck, then I would definitely play like virtually any number of 7 Dwarves, like let's say 3 or more. Obviously, if you only have 2, then you're not going to draw 2 of 2 very often at all. Okay, so we're going to kill Innkeeper. The only question is how. Bake would use all our mana, and we have a handful of spells, so we kind of want to do that. But we could also Reeve Soul it, and that's way more efficient. use of removal, since Bake Into a Pie can kill anything big and Reeve Soul can't. That said, if we still have a Trapped in a Tower to kill big things, so this is, again, pretty tough. I kind of feel like I should just Bake Into a Pie it, because I'm going to have so much to do with my mana for the rest of the game. I think I just want to use the more expensive removal spell. Going to go ahead and attack first. They might have a fling. No reason to miss a point. In fact, I'm actually going to Bake Into a Pie on their upkeep. This way they have to tap their mana then in case they have fling. I'm definitely not going to let them go to their main phase, though. Cast adventure creatures and draw cards. That would be unacceptable. So I'm using Bake. It's kind of an aggressive play, and then it's a much better removal spell than Reeve and Trapped in a Tower. But I have a hand with a really powerful card that currently costs 8 and will continue to get cheaper, and then a 5-drop, a 5-drop. So I think I want to use more mana and play the Bake here. But I could be wrong. It's definitely a close call. Veil's not in this set, so they probably don't have Veil. Okay, this turn is easy. We can use all 4 mana, Trapped in a Tower, 4/4 trample, and drop our Sword Master. I've played the Cauldron once or twice before. I haven't seen it very often. I definitely think it's playable. I don't think it's incredible or anything. It's situational, but it's good against mill. Creatures die in limited. It's a powerful late game card. I don't think you should be cutting it from your black decks very often, but I mean, there's definitely black decks where you're taking Bake Into a Pie over it. But Bake Into a Pie is not the measure of whether a card is playable. I think Cauldron of Eternity is suffering from it's a mythic, so it looks like it should either be a Windmill Slam or unplayable, when in reality, it's like a good uncommon in terms of its power level. I don't know if we Reeve or not. I mean, let's see what we draw. If we draw a land, we probably won't Reeve Soul because we'd rather slap down Enchanted Carriage. If we don't draw a land, I'd probably rather Reeve Soul the Carver than just like Silver Flame Ritual these 2 creatures. We want to play Silver Flame Ritual after Carriage if possible. You can use your creature's in play to crew the Carriage, then play the Ritual and get a counter on your Carriage and the 2/1/1 Mice. So I'm not in a hurry to use Ritual until I play Carriage. Obviously, if we get a really good turn, I will. But just as a whole, I'm not in a hurry. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and try and Reeve Soul the Carver. They may have Rimrock Knight and fizzle it, but who really cares? It's just a 3/2. If we can kill it, then we clear the way and attack. If we cannot, then they can save it. No big deal. Don't forget, though, if you really need to kill a creature, if they grow its power above 3, Reeve Soul will fizzle. Reeve Soul checks on resolution that the creature has 3 or less power. I didn't offer the trade first because we don't know if we're going to get another good opportunity to Reeve Soul, and I'd rather the Reeve Soul not be dead. I know with the Cauldron and the Barrow Witches, we want that trade, but our creatures are going to die sooner or later, or we're going to win the game. So I'm not worried about offering that trade in this case. If that Reeve Soul was like a Trapped in the Tower, I would have offered the trade probably, because Trapped in the Tower at this point in the game, I'd want to potentially save for a big green creature. But Reeve, that might be the last good target for Reeve. We don't really know what they're going to do the rest of this game. Most of their 3 or less power creatures should be out of their hand, so it'll come down to their draw steps. We have been aggressive with our removal. I agree with that, Hans. But also, we have a lot of late game in hand. So I'm not looking to play this long control late game where I need to answer all their threats. I'm going to be doing my own thing. I mean, the combination of Enchanted Carriage, Silver Flame Ritual means I'm making 9 power and toughness out of this Carriage. I got a gamer chair. Thank you again to my sponsor, Mage Market, and their sponsor, Carnox. They sent me this gaming chair. It's awesome. I really appreciate it. Thank you again, Mage Market. Okay, so we can trade with the Ginger Brute. Again, we do kind of want trades, so that seems fine. And we can just attack with everything and slap down Carriage. This is an easy turn. Also, I get asked all the time about Mage Market. So me and Pierre made an 8-minute demo video that really explains everything and shows you a walkthrough of how to use the site. So if anybody wants to check that out, I can see Dangle might have just commanded to it. It's on my YouTube channel. It's a quick video. It's like 5-8 minutes. It shows you what Mage Market's all about, how to use it. Super easy. It's easily the safest and most efficient way to exchange cards over the internet. So if you're an arena-only player, don't worry about it for now. But if you're an in-person player, if you have IRL Magic cards, definitely check out that demo. You want to be using MageMarket.com. It's honestly just great. Okay, so now we're fighting against a 5-3. Let's see. Even though we don't have any knights to get back yet, that's okay. I think what we want to do here is just crew this Carriage up, and then we can Silver Flame Ritual all the creatures we have in play. We want our Smitten Swordmaster to attack, because they might trade Ginger Brute for it, and then we can get it back with Barrow Witches. But 1-power creatures, even if we grow them to 2/2, can't attack into a 5/3. So for right now, let's go ahead and crew this up. Then we can Ritual the team. Cauldron before Witches, Witches before Cauldron. It's good either way. Either way, we're going to do what makes the most sense on each turn. This turn, I'm not going to slap down Barrow Witches, getting nothing to crew the Carriage and then not have mana for Ritual. We don't need Cauldron yet. We get a good attack here. There's basically nothing bad that can happen. Like, if they can trade with our Carriage, kill something else and take 5. They could kill our Carriage and trade with our Swordmaster. There's basically no way this could work out poorly for us. I don't think we really do anything with food tokens in play, so I'm just going to sack this while we have 2 mana and nothing to do with it. If this was an actual Mythic Championship or something, I might leave it in play. But I can't really think of anything. I don't even think we have a Fox. But this game is pretty much over. Mostly thanks to Carriage. All the cards work together, but the fact that they trade their good creature for our Carriage and we still have 2 2/2s left behind because of Ritual Carriage, which is a pretty sick combo, is going to make this really hard for the opponent to overcome. And now we can play the Cauldron. And remember, artifacts aren't affected by Summoning Sickness. I mean, they are in the sense that if they're a creature, they can't attack or block that turn. But if they're not a creature, then they're not. So if you play this card, if you have 7 mana out and you play it for 4, you can use it immediately. As far as right now, though, I don't see a need to do that. Let's first attack, see if they have anything. Looks like no. Then I guess we'll just put out Barrow Witches, keep adding to the board. I guess grab back our Drain, and it looks like they had enough. Yeah, the last card in their hand seemed likely to be a Rimrock Knight based on the pauses, but it turned out it was a red cap melee. No GRN drafts today. After doing GRN all of last week, I was kind of in the mood to do some Throne of Eldraine. I'm going to be doing ranked best of one. I want to get to that mythic ranking. Not tonight, of course. We're only platinum. But we should get into diamond tonight unless I run really bad as we are platinum 1. And then next time I get to stream, hopefully we'll get mythic. Hey, thanks for continuing that gift sub from Quad Jacks, paying it forward. Very generous. Very much appreciated. All right, so this is the first hand we've drawn that isn't very good, but we're on the draw. We've got a removal spell. I think I'm going to keep this. Hopefully we'll find a Plains. I am going to be on Twitch Rivals, but I'm not going to be playing. I'm going to be commentating the top 32 on Wednesday. So I'll be in the studio with those guys, bringing you in-depth analysis as it culminates on Wednesday. Of course, anytime you have Squire and another 2-drop, you're almost certainly playing the other one because you're adventure creatures. If you hold them, you can get value out of them. But let's pretend I didn't have Youthful Knight in hand. I would definitely play Squire. I wouldn't hold it. I want to trade off my 2-drops to make Cauldron cheaper, and it's just not that likely that +2/+2 is going to provide me a bunch of value in this hand with no creatures out. Well, I've played a ton of Standard over the past few weeks. Obviously, it's a new meta, but I'm familiar with all the cards. So when I'm off stream, like this morning and tomorrow, I'm going to be playing Standard just with to get a feel for the new metagame and the new decks. I'm excited. I mean, I don't think the decks we're going to see are all that different. Obviously, it's not going to be Oko's world since Oko's banned now. But a lot of the other decks are still going to be pretty good. Black-Red Sacrifice and Jund Sacrifice, Gruul, Green-White Adventures. You know, losing Once Upon a Time is a hit to all those decks, but it's not a deal breaker, I don't think. And I'm sure people will also come up with some new decks, but we'll see. Yeah, Fire's decks. Fire's didn't lose anything. I love casting. It's my favorite thing in the world. Like, it's literally my favorite job. I would always consider doing more casting. I mean, you know, a lot of times you have to travel to do it, and then of course, you know, we're not the NBA here, so the compensation varies. And given you have to fly to do it, then that's why I don't do more of it. But I love casting. It's literally my favorite thing. Out of any job I've ever done in my life, it's by far the most fun. Okay, so we don't want to Silver Flame Ritual when we still have creatures to play. I don't really want to attack right now into Revenge with these 2-power creatures, especially since I know they're going to become 3-power in a turn or two. So I think I'm going to chill. Pretty unhappy about this. Silver Flame Ritual was basically how we were going to beat that Revenge with our all 2-power creature deck. This is going to be a grind now. Thank you, Oversoul. Appreciate that subscription. Sad as this is, I can't take 1 a turn against a Revenge, so I'm going to bake. Yeah, Reaver would be excellent. Carriage would be okay. But all in all, yeah, it's going to be tough to beat Double Revenge now that they got rid of the Squire. I mean, the Ritual. Locked out might be a little extreme. Like, Reaper could still win the game. Epic Downfall kills Spider. I don't know. I mean, I have Trapped in the Towers and stuff. I'm not saying that we're going to win. We're probably not. But locked out seems a little extreme. We also have all those fairy guide mothers, so we can do like a big attack in one turn. Again, by no means am I claiming I'm a favorite or we're going to win this game. I just, like I said, I wouldn't call it locked out yet. We have the Sword Masters to get extra life to be able to attack more and to drain them out. It's conceivable that we can still win. Yeah, we have 2 Sword Masters. We've got the Barrow Witches. We've got 3 Fairy Guide Mothers. We've got the Reaper. Like I said, I'm not saying we're going to win this game, but locked out seems a bit extreme. I have 24 cards. They have 32 cards. It looks like they are playing well over 40, probably figuring that aggro can't beat them through the revenges, so they don't want to get milled out. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could have sacked the food, but the time I sacked it before was mostly just so it would auto-pass. Now we have a million mana, nothing to do with it, so I'm not really too worried about sacking the food. But we'll see. I mean, we've already drawn 9 lands. We're only playing 16. There's a bunch of useful spells in there, like I said. So we're waiting to draw Reaper, or we're just waiting to stack up a hand with like multiple Guide Mothers and then deal a bunch of damage at once. Thank you, Irish MTL. Appreciate that subscription. Welcome to the 3-month club and the upgraded sub badge. What's up, Dustin Stern? Long time no see. How you doing? I mean, we have a ton of removal, even though it's not in our hand. So again, if they present like a good win condition that we can't remove, I will concede. But if we get to go through our whole deck and put out a bunch of knights, we have double Smitten Swordmaster, we have Reaper, we have triple Fairy Guide Mother. We definitely can win this game. I'm not saying we're going to, but it's certainly conceivable. So I'm going to get rid of the 6/5 because I think I kind of have to do that. Even though I don't like the spider, I have 3 trapped in the towers to get rid of it later. And we're going to hold Guide Mother because, again, we want to deal all our damage in one shot or in large chunks at the very least. New chair, thank you again, Carnox and Mage Market. Sweet new Carnox gaming chair, thank you again. All right, let's see, what are we doing? So we can't take extra damage because of the revenges, so we're going to be making blocks. I'm assuming they're going to have stuff, but of course we don't really care. 2/3 on 2/3. 2/1 first strike, maybe. Although we do want our knights in play if possible because of Smitten Swordmaster. But we can do 2/1 first strike there and 2/1 here. Then if they want to use their pumper removal here for the blowout, then at least our first striker eats over there. If they don't do anything, I think this is pretty clearly the best we can do. Thank you, Kurt Huss. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks for supporting my stream for 9 months. Basically the whole time I've been streaming. Again, I'm not claiming we're going to win this game, but It doesn't seem inconceivable to me to see how the rest of our library stacks up. Thank you, Dan Flondin. Appreciate that subscription. Greetings, Argentina. We do only get so many attacks in a double revenge. We have the Sword Masters, 2 of them, so we can gain a bunch of life back, but we need to shut off this Ginger Brute as soon as possible. Sadly, the 3 trapped in the towers aren't showing up at the moment. But we have plenty of knights, too. So with the 2 Smitten Sword Masters, if we can get in one really nice hit, with like a couple of Guide Mothers, I mean, now that's another spider we have to trap in the tower, so that's taxing our removal further. I mean, like I said, in these last 17 cards, we do have 3 copies of Trapped in a Tower, but now we basically have Ginger Brute and 2 spiders we need to kill. We are holding 2 lands because of Reaper. We also have our own Reaper, which, again, we have to get rid of these spiders, but I could Guide Mother it into a 6-power attacker. So there's definitely hope, but I do feel like we're an underdog. And as each turn goes by and we keep drawing lands and not the cards we need to draw, Reaper, Trapped in Tower, etc., I feel like our odds of winning are going down. Because every time we take a hit, that's less attacks we can make. But we're up to 4 knights in play, so right now Swordmaster does 4 to them and gains us 4, and we've got 2 of those. And we still have a 3rd Youthful Knight, I believe, so there's at least another knight or 2 to go along with the 2 Swordmasters. So like I said, not feeling good, don't feel locked out. Another good knight. Not that we're going to be swarming, but I'm always happy to get knights in play here. There's not really a reason to wait on sacking the food, although there wasn't really a reason to sack the food either. When we have 1,000,000 lands, I'm not worried about being able to sack it when I want. We're holding a 1-mana card, and we have, I don't even know, 11 lands in play and 2 more in hand. And again, we're running out of time, and we're going to lose, but we do have double Smitten Swordmaster in our deck, so it's hardly like we can't gain the life back to be able to attack. I've currently got out, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knights. So the first Swordmaster is draining for 5, the second for 6. So we need to draw Trapped in the Tower this turn, because now they're hitting us for 4 a turn, and that's going to kill us very quickly. Slash is unacceptable. But there's 3 Trapped in the Towers in there, so if we do find one, then we start our Sword Mastering. Again, we may come up short, we may win, we may lose, but I still don't feel locked out. But we need to draw Trapped in the Tower this turn, or we're dead to this Ginger Brute right now. And that's not Trapped in a Tower, so now we're just dead, right? None of our creatures have haste, can't block the Brute, game over. But let's imagine that we killed the Brute that turn. Swordmaster, the first one drains for 5, then we play it. The second one drains for 6. So that's 11 damage and 11 life to allow us to attack. Then, theoretically, we Trapped in Tower up those spiders, and we were able to Fairy Guidemother that Carriage, hit for 6. Fairy Guidemother Reaper, hit for 6. I'm not saying we were going to win. I thought we were an underdog the whole game. But if we had drawn like a Traptor Tower or two and been able to lock down that Ginger Brute, and then went on to do our plan of Smitten Swordmaster, and attack with some jumped big creatures, I don't think it was inconceivable that we could have won. I'm probably even forgetting a knight or two. Like, I think we had one more Useful Knight in our deck, so the drains could be for 6 and 7. And it's really important because that gives us a lot of life to attack them as well. Obviously, it didn't go like that. And I'm not saying it should. They may draw removal. They may draw other threats. We needed to draw the right cards in a good order to be able to beat them. I have never been #1 in Mythic rank. The highest Mythic rank I've had was, I forget, like 6 or 7. We are currently 2-2. 2 games won, 2 games lost here in Game 5 of this draft. All right, that's a Mana Accelerator. I'm going to go ahead and Reave Soul it. You don't want to leave your opponent extra mana on the early turns. If they had played most 2-drops, I would probably have just run Youthful Knight. But given that gives them extra mana, they're on the play. We don't know how many lands are in their hand. I'm going to wipe that off the board now. So now we have to make choices. We could just put out a 2-3. We could put out a 2-1 and a 1-1. I'm not sure what the most effective stuff we can do on board is. I mean, the Guidemother is just going to trade with the Tome Raider, so that's not really exciting. I can't imagine we're really going to need to tap 2 creatures when we have all of this removal. So I think the right play here is just to get a nice body in play to start attacking with, and then we'll use our removal on the stuff they play. And we'll use the Guidemother probably to jump the Youthful Knight or something. Haven't you heard, Shadowly? Oko is banned. We are free of the menace. Not in limited, of course. I'm just kidding. It should be banned in limited, but it's only banned in standard. All right, so we can play Youthful Knight, but these are both sorcery speed removal. So if we wanted to use one, we'd have to do it now. I don't think we want a Guidemother here. They could have Peel from Reality and fizzle it. So this turn, I think I'll just hit for 2. Put out a Youthful Knight and see what they have. If they want to be able to attack with Sir Farron, they have to have stuff. So let's find out if they do or don't. All right, not too much to see here. We can't double spell if we play Epic Downfall because we only have 1 black mana, but we can if we play Trapped in a Tower. So I'm going to trap the Paladin. Then we get to attack with both creatures. They can't do anything. Youthful Knight is first strike, and drop Commander. That was a pretty good turn cycle for us. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't say it wouldn't make much sense. I would support banning like 5 cards from Limited every single format. But it is true that they have never done it. Oh, maybe that's not even true. Ixo says the anti-cards were banned. All right, well, they can't fizzle our Guide Mothers now. We have Epic Downfall to stop a big green creature anyway. The only thing is Tome Raider here can chump block. Let's on the ground, if we attack with Useful Might, they could double block, but we can give it Indestructible. If they want to double block the Wintermoor Commander, it'll take out both. But I see no reason to let them do that. And I do want to play at least one Guide Mother this turn, I think. So let's go ahead and jump our Wintermoor Commander. All of our creatures have the same power and toughness, but this means they have no block where they can kill any of our creatures, because the Youthful Might's about to be indestructible thanks to the Commander. And then I'm going to hold one Guide Mother to jump ground creatures later, but I'm going to play, of course, the one that I just sent on an adventure. Yes, I would definitely stream Champions if they bring it back. And if they allow me to ban Jete, all the better. I agree, Pumbles Mumbles. CCC is my favorite of all time, and I enjoy all of Champions blocks. CCB and CBS are all great. Not the television station, just Champions, Betrayer, Saviors draft. All right, let's see. So if we jump the commander here, it can give Indestructible to the Youthful Knight, but that's not very useful. If they have Peel from Reality, they can put this Paladin back in their hand and fizzle the Guide Mother. So it's not really a great turn to be using Guide Mother. Meanwhile, we can attack with all 3 right now because the commander has Death Touch, so it'll trade with Sir Farron. And it gives Indestructible to the Youthful Knight, so that will cause them to bounce. So even though I kind of want to play this Guide Mother, I don't think I can do it into open Peel from Reality mana. I think for right now, we just attack, because ultimately, Sir Farron as a 3/3 for Wintermoor Commander is a good trade for us, and they're taking 3 damage. And we're not going to let them blow us out with Peel. We got to grind this one out a little slower. We're going to try and beat them with flyers, get in damage where we can. We still have the 2 Smitten Swordmasters in our deck. So I'm just going to chill for now. I mean Runaway Together, yeah, but it's the same card, right? Peel from Reality isn't that bounce theirs and yours. But yeah, Runaway Together is what it's called in this format, sorry. As somebody who's been playing forever, I'm often going to call cards by the first time I saw them, just because that's when I got to know the card and imprinted the card in my brain. But yeah, it's Runaway Together in this format. No, you're right. You're right to correct me. I'm just explaining. Obviously, I should call the cards by the current name. A lot of people probably don't know what Peel from Reality is. I'm just explaining. So same as last turn, not really afraid of much. None of the creatures in play particularly matter. We're just trying to get in some damage. And we'll see what they have. I'm happy to trade Commander for Sir Farron. And if I get in any damage, that's great. Youthful Knight's going to be indestructible, so the best they can do is bounce with it. Well, if you're looking to draft, I mean, check out Champions. It's my favorite set for a reason. Okay, so that's not bad either. Basically, Useful Knight is indestructible, so they're not eating anything. They can now make a trade, but we're cool with that. I don't think we can possibly be worried about something better than a Garenbrig Paladin Epic Downfall. Plus, we know they have Outmuscle. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. Plop down Pathfighter, but I'm going to hold the Guide Mother because when they go Pixie Outmuscle, they're going to have a 3/3. So I need to be able to jump something with Guide Mother here. But now we'll jump Youthful Knight, and then they can either chump block or take 4. Good for us either way, and then put the other Fairy Guide Mother in play. Really low power level, lots of synergy, I guess would be the things that I really love about champions the most. Soul Shift and Splice make it so the cards don't do a lot on the front end for their mana costs, so you play a lot of long, grindy games where you both have resources the whole time. Soul Shift and Splice are like just perfect limited mechanics. Nobody gets run over because the cards aren't that powerful because they're powered down on the front end because of the keywords, and then you don't run out of resources because you have the ability to splice things together or Soul Shift back creatures. I love something like Soul Shift especially because whether or not to trade, whether or not to attack is always a hard choice because you're saying, well, I could trade off my Soul Shift creature now slightly profitably, but I don't have anything to get back yet, or I just have some junky 2-drop to get back. If I wait, I can get more value out of this card, but then they're going to be attacking me in the meantime. It's what that kind of an ability is what Limited's all about, in my opinion. And Magic, for that matter. Strategic decision making. All right, so what happens if we attack with everything? Maryleaf Pixie eats a Guide Mother, but it has to block a Guide Mother. They go to 1 from the other Guide Mother. Belle of the Brawl has Menace. It's got to be double blocked, so it's going to trade with one of their bears. And then Youthful Knight has to be blocked, so it's going to eat the other bear. So the end result will be they lose 2 bears, the one that blocks Youthful Knight and the one that blocks Belle of the Brawl. We lose Belle of the Brawl and Fairy Guide Mother, and we deal them 1 point of damage. And they'll end up with a Maryleaf Pixie and a bear. We'll end up with a Youthful Knight, a Guide Mother, and they're at 1. So do we want to trade a Guide Mother and a Belle of the Brawl for 2 bears and a point of damage? I don't think we do. I think I'd rather have extra knights in play for Smitten Swordmaster. And we have plenty of removal. Well, we actually don't have a lot of removal from Maryleaf, but nonetheless, I don't think that's a trade we really want, so I'm going to pass the turn. But if you don't see what I did there, we evaluated what would happen if the opponent made the only blocks they could make. They had to put Pixie on one of the Guide Mothers, otherwise they would take 2 in the air and die. They have to let the other one through. They can't let through either of the ground creatures. Belle has Menace, so that means it's double block Belle, single block Youthful Knight. So the end result, they lose 2 bears. We lose Belle and Guide Mother, and they take 1 point of damage. Because we have double Smitten Swordmaster, I elected not to do that, because they might have like a bounce spell or something, so I'd rather just keep my knights in play. We also do have Silver Flame Ritual, so we want to keep our creatures in play. We also have Silver Flame, the Squire, so we have a lot of pretty good draws. Speaking of pretty good draws, the opponent's now down to 2 cards in hand. That's a near perfect draw. Just go ahead and get those out of their hand. And then next turn, we can put out a 4/5 flyer. We have 1 Guide Mother left in the deck. I think I have 3, if I didn't cut any. We also have Tactician. Yeah, so that trade-off would not have been good for us. It would have been about even on board, but I think it's better for us to leave the creatures in play. That said, they die to this Reaper pretty quickly, so I'm not going to let them draw extra cards. Just going to go ahead and make this trade. Obviously, if that was a 2/3 Death Touch that didn't draw a card when it hit us, I would just take 2 damage there. But I'm not going to let the opponent draw extra cards every turn. And now they have to have top decked at least a flyer or they're just dead. With 2 cards in hand, Reaper gains flying. We have 3 flyers to their 1. And that makes it even easier. Let's start by baking their only flyer. And of course, there's virtually no reason not to go for the win now. Just attack in the air and see if they can do anything. It's 2 or below with Reaper. I would definitely have attacked with all 3, even if I didn't draw the removal. So let's pretend they drew like a bounce spell for Reaper. All the Guide Mother's doing, all the rest of combat is doing is their Pixie's eating one of our Guide Mothers, and we're putting them to 1. So we're not really afraid to go for it in that spot. All right, this is a hand on the draw I'm not going to keep. If we don't draw planes right away, we have nothing to do. Cauldron's one of our most expensive, best finishers. I think we want to take them all. There's a much better hand. I guess we can cast our whole hand with a swamp on the bottom. And this deck does have tons of 2-mana cards, and we're on the draw. So I'm going to go ahead and bottom a swamp. It's a little greedy, but I think it's probably correct. If I wasn't going to bottom a land there, I don't even know what I would bottom. Probably like Epic Downfall. And that's too good of a card. No, I guess I'd have to bottom a Guide Mother. But I think it was right to bottom a land and just be greedy. We have so many 1- and 2-mana cards. We're on the draw. Now we have a Guide Mother in hand still to jump the Swordmaster, have a nice swing. Okay, so now we have some options. We could certainly go Guide Mother on Swordmaster, play Guide Mother. We get in the most damage and have the most flyers out that way. But we also kind of want to kill Grumgully. I could attack with both. It's not the best tempo play, but we can Squire up the Swordmaster. We'll get our 4 damage, 4 life. The Swordmaster will trade with the Grumgully. I could also just Epic Downfall. I don't use all 3 mana then, only 2. And Epic Downfall has the potential to kill bigger and better things, but Grumgully is pretty scary. I think I don't want to Epic Downfall Grumgully. I think I'd be pretty happy to trade Swordmaster for it and get to use the Squire as +2/+2. So first I'm going to attack and give them the option to block. They decided not to do that wisely. Now post-combat, I guess I have to Epic Downfall it then. But if they blocked, I could have used Squire instead of Epic Downfall. And then I could have kept poking at them and saved Epic Downfall for a bigger creature. All right, similar to last turn, it's not the best, not the worst. If they block Swordmaster, we Squire it. So I'm going to offer the trade. Kill a mana producer. They decided not to. I think that means we're just going to play Swordmaster and pass the turn. We have +2/+1 in flying at sorcery speed, as well as +2/+2 in combat. So hopefully we can keep pushing in these life linkers for as much damage as possible. Grumgully's scary. Red-green has a lot of non-humans. If all of their creatures are going to get +1/+1 for the rest of the game, that's a big deal. All right, so now we have to Guide Mother to be able to attack. I definitely don't really need more life, so I'm not going to Squire here. I'll just play the other Guide Mother. We're trying to win in the air. See if they have anything they can do about these flyers. That's a pretty good draw. I don't know that right now it actually does a ton. Let's say we tap Paladin and Acolyte. We can attack with all 4. Curious Pair blocks a Swordmaster. They take 4, and I guess we pump the one it blocks to eat the pair. It's not great. It's not horrible. Maybe I'd rather kill Rosethorn Acolyte. So maybe what we do is Tactician, Paladin, and Curious Pair. Then we attack with all 4. If Acolyte blocks a Swordmaster, we still lose it, but we take out their mana creature, and they are stuck on 4 lands, so that seems like it has the most value to me. So I'm going to tap Paladin and Curious Pair here. This puts them in a spot where they have to block with Acolyte or Innkeeper. Otherwise, we have 8. And if they block with Acolyte, we're still going to lose our Swordmaster, but we kill their mana creature. So I kind of like that. Try and slow them down while we kill them in the air with these 2 and the 2/3. And we have 34 life. I could have left a Swordmaster in play by tapping Acolyte and leaving Curious Pair up to block instead, but I don't think I need a 2/1 in play. I think I'm happier to just kill the mana creature, the Rosethorn Acolyte. All right, not much to see here. We're definitely attacking with the flyers. We're definitely not attacking the ground creatures. They have whatever they have. No, I would have still played +2/+2 because they may have removal in hand. I really wanted to kill that Rosethorn there, slow them down. Remember, they had been stuck on 4 lands. We can always use the Squire for 2 damage in the air later. We're under no pressure, basically, given we're at 34 life. We're just trying to close the game and not let them establish complete control. Beanstalk Giant might be big, but not big enough. Does not block flyers. Yeah, but it does the same thing 1 turn later. Like, basically, we slow them down by more by killing a 4/4 that taps out of mana than we do by getting a 2/3 flyer and play 1 turn earlier. Hey, and we advance from Platinum to Diamond. Only 1 level between us and Mythic now. Yeah, it really just depends on how defensive your deck is. Sporecap Spider is good against a deck like mine, but if your opponent's playing Mill, like, it's almost a dead card. And if your opponent's playing control where they're trying to win through counters and card drawing, it's also almost a dead card. So it just depends. The better your late game, the more you want something like Spore Cap Spider. The more aggressive your deck, the less you want something like Spore Cap Spider. So like I said, if you have Guide Mother in your opening hand, almost always play it on turn 1. A 1-mana 1/1 flyer is a pesky threat. The problem with those cards in general, like if it had no text, is that when you draw it on turn 2 or 3 or 4 and you have other stuff to do, it ends up being basically a dead card. Because in the late game, what are you going to do? Just play a 1-mana 1/1 flyer? Guide Mother fixes that, because in the mid to late game, you find some turn to jump a 2 or 3 power ground creature and you deal a bunch of damage that you would have missed out on otherwise. For now, we could Guide Mother here. I don't think there's much they can do, but we're probably better off just casting our Smitten Swordmaster. Maybe we even just cast the other 1/1 Guide Mother. We do have a handful of removal, so we probably just want to dump our creatures and play this game. So I think we just put out our stuff. We have 2 removal spells that we can already cast to kill their next 2 creatures. So hopefully we can swarm them for a lot of damage, if not to death. I'm not assuming that they're holding any cheap creatures now that I'm going to need to kill that bad. So I'm going to go ahead and take that one out with Trapped in a Tower, because who knows if their next creature will fly or not. Holding the land in case they have discard. I know we have Cauldron, but we're nowhere near that anyway. And if they do Reaper me or something, I don't want to have to discard this Epic Downfall. Now we have a question. Do we want to Reeve Soul Gingerbrute? Not really. It does increase the clock a little, but a trade also gets us closer to Cauldron. I think I'm just going to attack here. I'm not sending the Swordmaster into it because we have stuff like Silver Flame Ritual and the Squire. So I may draw away to get the Swordmaster past the Gingerbrute. I can always force a trade later as opposed to sooner. Even something like that, I can Guide Mother the Smitten Swordmaster and get it through once for a nice hit that I would have missed out on had I made that trade last turn. And then I can always trade it off later after that. That said, they're not casting things, so we don't know what they're holding. If I go for Guide Mother on Swordmaster and they like bake into Pie or run away together or something in response, it fizzles. I don't like that. That said, it would get a couple creatures in the graveyard. I think now I want to just play Reeve Soul because we know we can't Reeve Soul the Paladin anyway. And I can't really like just Guide Mother into their open mana. We know they have something. They would have played Paladin if they didn't have anything. Okay, I'm not surprised to see that. And that's actually pretty great. Mill 2 creatures, which brings this down to a reasonable casting cost. Plus, it's unlikely they're going to have anything now with 3 black mana. So now I can jump the Swordmaster. Oh, I didn't forget to play a land. I didn't want them to know I had more lands when they were making the decision as to whether to Didn't Say Please that Reeve Soul or not. And now we know where this game's going. If they play Paladin, we'll Epic Downfall and attack with both. We'll get our trade, play our Guide Mother, and next turn we're in a position to Cauldron. If they sack Witching Well, then we'll have to see what they draw off of it and what they're going to cast. All right, so I think I'm happy enough to Trapped into a Tower the Lifelinker. This forces them to trade off the Brute, and then they don't gain any life. And I can't play around discard by holding lands anymore because Cauldron may come out at any moment. It's currently 6, but we know they have to deal with these creatures. I mean, I guess there's not really a reason not to attack with Youthful Might, because it's better in the graveyard, but we're kind of telegraphing that we want it in the graveyard. I mean, it would just be pretty random to send it, just in the hopes that they block a 0-power creature right now. We do have 1 Night Out, so let's go ahead and get our Drain for 1 on. All right, so I think we want to resolve Cauldron while they can't have a counterspell. We don't need to throw any creatures. We can just use them to chump block and stuff like that. Just going to poke them and put out Cauldron. We already have 3 nice creatures to bring back, including a Flyer and Bell of the Brawl. All right, no profitable blocks for now, and we're at 1,000,000 life, so I'll just take the 6, see what they have. I think Cauldron is good, not great. Like, I don't think it's anything special, but I think it's a card you should put in your deck. Like a good card, you know, like it's first pickable, second pickable, but I don't think it's like a Windmill Slam Bomb or something like that. Like I said, I think this suffers from, it's a mythic, so people expect it to be totally broken or unplayable, when in reality, I think it's about the equivalent of most good uncommons. Like, it's first pickable, but it's not like Windmill Slam, best thing ever, or anything like that. Yes, Great Henge is way better. Great Henge is a joke. Great Henge is one of the best limited cards I could ever dream up. But Cauldron is still quite powerful. It's a card that can very easily win you a game. Embercleave is also a joke. I would definitely take Embercleave and Great Henge way over the Black Cauldron. Is the blue one even playable? I don't even think I've ever seen the blue one in play. No, I really can't. I live in the Fort Lauderdale area, which is about 4 hours from Tampa. Not my area of expertise. Circle of Loyalty is incredible. All right, so this time we have another all-black hand that I'm going to keep. We have a black 2-drop, a black 4-drop. We have a white 3-drop that's single white, and we're on the draw. This could go ugly if we draw like Guide Mothers and Swamps. It could go well if we draw Plains and then any spells we can cast. But I don't think we want to be mulling this hand on the draw. Hopefully we'll get there. No real reason, I don't think, to hold Swordmaster here. Just going to hope they don't have a second 7 Dwarves in hand. So we'll be good against that Knight once we play Carriage, because then we get some 1/1s to throw in front of it, which means it'll shrink, and then we have a 4/4. For now, though, we have to take our hits. The question at the moment is, do we want to trade Swordmaster for Dwarves, or do we want to take it and then hit them back and gain life? Given Dwarves can grow, I think this is a pretty good trade for us. Now, we know our next couple turns are scripted. We're going to play Carriage next turn. So this turn, we want to play Reaper because we don't want them to empty their hand and us miss out on the value of the discard. We can afford to fall a little behind because Carriage is such a good catch-up card. Carriage is going to give us 2 1/1s. We'll throw one in front of the knight, shrinking it to a 3/3 permanently. Then we'll be able to crew the Carriage into a 4/4 and stop the Carriage indefinitely with the, stop the Oathsworn Knight indefinitely with the 4/4 Carriage. Youthful Knights, on the other hand, don't actually work well against Oathsworn. Even if we had both of them in play, if we double block, Oathsworn would lose 2 counters when First Strike happens, but then it would still be a 2/2, and it would kill both Youthful Knights. So if you were thinking we could First Strike out Oathsworn with double Youthful Knight, that is not how it works. Whenever damage would be dealt to Oathsworn Knight, prevent the damage and remove a counter. However, we now have a 4/4 we can throw in front of it every turn when it has to attack. So we're good now. Assuming they don't have instant speed removal or pump. Thank you, Jesse Duhu. Appreciate that subscription. Welcome to the 6-month club. Kind of unbelievable to me that next month we're going to be hitting the 1-year club. Can't even believe I've been streaming regularly for a year already. Feels like I just started. So, like I said, if we try and First Strike it out, that damage gets prevented and it loses counters. If we put a 4/4 in front of it, that damage gets prevented and it loses counters. So we don't want to spend our First Strikers here. We just want to put the Carriage in front of it right now. And now we're going to see a game where Revenge doesn't really shine. At this point, we could do a little more attacking, and I probably would have, except Revenge makes it worthwhile to just slow down anyway. There's not much upside to getting 1/1 flyers in play, so we'll just go ahead and chill. And of course, now we can double block with 2 Youthful Knights because it's going to lose 2 counters. Pretty sure if 2 different sources are dealing it damage, it loses 2 counters, right? Hopefully I'm right. I think it works like that. Yeah. So since it lost its remaining 2 counters, there was nothing left to deal damage. All right, and you're never looking to be too hasty into Revenge, but we'll definitely attack with a 4/4. We have plenty of life to do that. I'm not going to send a 2/1 First Strike so that I can deal them effectively 1 and me take 1. But we know that we have Reaper to block with this turn, so we can afford to attack with a 4/4. Okay, so I think I want to Epic Downfall the red cap, and then attack with the 2 creatures here that are big and can attack. Don't see a reason to use any Guide Mothers yet. That's why I want to remove the red cap pre-combat. Actually, I guess since the Reaper's going to fly, maybe I use 1 Guide Mother this turn on the Carriage. This way they can't block with the Swordmaster and play like a pump spell if they have that. We're definitely not attacking with any of the small creatures here because, well, Revenge. All right, nothing really changing. We can save the Guide Mother for when they have ground blockers for the carriage. We have the other Guide Mother to trade with this Rimrock Knight. So for this turn, we are only sending our 4-power creatures into Revenge. And we're just shipping back to the opponent. So we can bake into Pie the Oathsworn Knight. That means we need to be able to block a 2/2 and a 3/1. So we kind of need one of our creatures back. Let's see if we can map out a little bit of a game. They're at 11. Swordmaster is going to drain for 1 because we're going to kill the Oathsworn Knight in response. So they're really at 12. If we hit for 4 this turn, that's really only 3 because of Revenge. So they're effectively at 9. And then on the following turn, we can deal them 4, 8, 10 damage, but they're going to gain 2. So we're going to be 1 point short. Meanwhile, they can't lethal us, so we need to get aggressive in order to kill them next turn. So what we're going to do here, carriage up, Guide Mother, and attack. Now, obviously, if they have blockers back, we may not have lethal next turn anyway, but all in all, this works out pretty well. And the reason I didn't go for more value, like, for example, holding the 4 or 5 back to eat the Oathsworn Knight, is because these 1/1s don't really do anything for us now because of Revenge. So what we're trying to do is shorten this game. We don't need, like, the extra value there. That's not really accomplishing anything for us. Okay, that's a nice draw. We can take out the Lifelinker. And then we still can't lethal them this turn, but I think they are forced to chump block. So this is looking pretty good. And of course, we have our food token, so we're not that close to dying to the Revenge. I guess I should probably just sack the food now, just in case they draw like some instant speed damage spell or something like that. But this actually works out perfectly, because even if they drew like Searing Barrage or whatever it's called, we'd still be able to kill them, because we could attack with both 4 powers. They'd go to 4, we'd go to 4, and then they would die. So they're just dead now. Rimrock Knight can't block. All right, I think that makes us 6-2. So we got the last game of the first draft. Win or lose. For anybody who doesn't play these end when you get 3 losses or 7 wins. So this will be the last game of this draft. And then there will be a whole nother draft. Another best of 1 Throne of Eldraine that we will play all the way through. Yeah, we've been running pretty well. Mostly getting there. Like the couple times I've kept like all swamp hands, we've drawn plains. The reality is when you're playing 1-game matches, I mean, you got to get a little lucky. There's 16, 8 swamps, 8 plains. I do like our flood protection. Like, we have a lot of cheap things, so decks like this are prone to flood. But We also have some ways to spend our mana really effectively. Reaper, Carriage, Cauldron. I don't know, Sir Rattleballs. That's an economics question. I have no idea what the best way to get everybody being able to do as many drafts as they want is. Thanks, Doom. Me too. I'm super excited. First look at the new standard. It's really hard to say, AVB. If their 4-drop could have traded with Reaper or something, then it would have been better probably than Revenge was, because life gain is tricky. Like, if you deal enough damage to end the game with a card, then the card was great. If you come up a single point short, the card was bad. So, like, sometimes Revenge is just a great card, and other times it does less than a 4-mana 3/3 would. It's really hard to evaluate. For now, curving out. Hopefully we'll find a swamp, but in the meantime, it's all right. We have some stuff to do. All right, well, hopefully they don't have much else. Silver Flame Squire on taps, so as long as they don't have instant removal or another copy, well, even another copy of Seven Dwarves would actually not blow us out here. They didn't attack into the Squire because we telegraphed it, which makes sense, but also we didn't take any damage there, so I'm kind of happy about that. Next turn, we can play the Swordmaster and keep Squire up, so we'll see what they have. That definitely makes sense. But we can still Squire here. I think we want to trade off with the Dwarf. We take more damage, but ultimately we can stick a 2/1 in front of a 5/2, and we shrink this other Dwarf by making that particular block. So hopefully they don't have anything else. Nice and stable. It doesn't look like Ritual does much right now. We could use a Swamp for Bacon to Pie, or we could just use creatures. 6 plains, 1 swamp is a bit unfortunate for an 8/8 deck, but the opponent does have 7 mountains, and they're a really aggressive deck, so I'm probably not in a position to complain. Now let's go ahead and try and jump Swordmaster for some nice lifelink. I don't think they can very reasonably be holding removal. If they were, I think it would already be in play. That was really bad for me. So I made a greedy play in holding the Ritual last turn instead of playing it. The reason I did that was because with Squire blocking a 5/2, I would only be taking 6, and they can't really race Swordmaster. Squire's going to trade off either way, and I might draw another creature that I wanted to pump. Now I have to block 2 creatures, so I lose this Guide Mother, which could have killed Paladin had I pumped them. I think my play was right. There's no way they were holding this Embereth Paladin. They just drew it. And I wasn't going to have to chump block. If they had attacked with all 3, I would have just put Squire on Paladin and taken 6, and then I get the opportunity to draw another creature to pump with Ritual. It didn't work out like that, but, you know, I'm not psychic. So now there's not really much to gain from using Ritual, so I guess I just got to accept that. There's a nice draw. So yeah, the reason I didn't use Ritual that one turn was because the only trade they could have forced was my 2/1 Squire on their 5/2, and then I have another draw step to draw another creature to Ritual for an extra +1/+1. But because they top decked Embereth Paladin, they forced me to chump block with Guide Mother, and then that makes me wish I had Ritualed the previous turn. For anybody who doesn't understand that. Okay, so now I'm not sure what to do. They clearly have something. There's no way this is a bluff. If it's Searing Barrage, I go to 2, but then I can still Ritual both the mouse, hit them for 4, and have blockers. I could also just take it. The 2 damage to 5 isn't a big deal. But then they're always going to be able to barrage later anyway. I guess it could be like a Rimrock Knight or a Bargain as well, though, in which case the extra +1/+1, like there's a lot of value in waiting. I think it's right to crew it because with Silverflame Ritual, I'm not going to be able to get all 3 of these right now untapped. So this way, if they barrage this or melee it or whatever, I go down 2/5, but now I can just play a creature if I draw it. If not, either way, I can Ritual. So I've got 2 2s to their 1, so hopefully they'll brick here. I'm not going to double block because they might draw Rimrock Knight. If I knew they drew Bargain, I'm not sure. I'd probably double block to save the 2 points of damage. But if they drew Rimrock Knight, I'm throwing away an extra creature, so that would be unacceptable. Yuck. This went about as poorly as possible. All right. PogChamp served. Drew a little better than me there. So 6-3. We're going to start a whole nother draft now. I'm going to use the bathroom really quickly, so let me put up pack 1 so we can think about that. All right, so let's get into this pack. Favorable Elder is excellent. It's Gyre Engineer with Vigilance. That adds 2 mana, just like Gyre Engineer. And it can even add more if you end up with a 3rd color in play. Grumgully is also excellent. 3 mana, 3/3 with tons of upside. I would never consider Fireborn Knight. It's a fine card if you end up white-red or heavy white or heavy red, but it's not on the level of Grumgully and Favorable Elder. Spinning Wheels, a moderate playable. And the commons in this pack are very bad. None of the top 10 commons in the set. So, Grumgully or Favorable Elder is all we're really looking at here. It's just which of those cards we think is better. Flutterfox is fine. I will almost always play it. I didn't say it was bad. I said it's not a top 10 common in the set. I said the commons are very bad, meaning for pick 1, pack 1, not meaning they're all totally unplayable. Flutterfox is a fine card. I mean, Seven Dwarves is a fine card. Carver's a fine card. But these aren't cards. So Tiny is a fine card, but these aren't cards that are on the power level of Grumgully and Favorable Elder. Flutterfox is a card you should be 6th picking, not 1st picking. Well, we're not committing to multicolor. We're drafting a multicolored card, pick 1, and then we'll see what's in the pack, pick 2. Fireborn is just too much worse of a power level, in my opinion. It would be my 3rd choice, but this card is fine. Like, if you're white-red, you're happy about it. If you're heavy white or heavy red, it's fine. But it's not easy to cast in any normal 2-color deck that isn't white-red. And, like, its overall power level is fine, not super exciting. The Cauldron deck went 6-3. Lost a good, close last game of the draft. This is not the draft layout. Thank you for the reminder. We're always drafting. That's what we do here. Okay, so I think I'm going to go with the Grumgully. Feybarrow Elder's a little more powerful, but Green-White Adventures is more of a creature deck. Feybarrow's still good in that deck, but I really like the Grumgully Red-Green Non-Human Aggro deck. So I think Grumgully is just a better build-around than Feybarrow Elder. Although, I'm going to take Innkeeper here, and I would have took Innkeeper either way. But Innkeeper is good, regardless of whether you're red-green or green-white. But if I knew my 2nd pick was going to be Edgewall Innkeeper, I would have took Feybarrow Elder over Grumgully. Innkeeper is good either way, but it's better in green-white than it is in red-green. That said, now the best card for us is Embereth's Shieldbreaker. I'm not even looking at Revenge. It's a powerful card. It's better than we initially said, but there's still the mill meta, and I still think it's overrated. Some games, the life gain and damage doesn't matter. Other games, it wins the game. That said, Embereth's Shieldbreaker, there's tons of artifacts in this set. It almost always kills something, and it's an adventure creature to use with Edgewall Innkeeper. So it's a great fit with what we have. So this is a clear choice in Shieldbreaker, in my opinion. Jordan, I have to deal with the grammar police on Twitter enough. Thankfully, they're not on Twitch yet. Okay, it looks like another easy Shieldbreaker. Adventure creatures are what we want to prioritize. And like I said, this is a card I like a lot. There's plenty... There's plenty of artifacts in this set. Lots of artifact creatures, lots of playable equipment. Almost every deck has artifacts. So Embereth's Shieldbreaker is much better in this format than it would be in most, and it's a card I'm pretty happy to pick up. We're going to be drafting red-green aggro. Red-green is never a control-ish style deck. It's not going to want Curious Pair, even if you have an Edgewall Innkeeper. So let's go with Paladin, a nice, good green aggressive creature. It's not even a human, and it is a knight, so that turns on all kinds of synergies. Don't think these cards matter. I really doubt any of these can make our deck. Fell is a good sideboard card, but this is best of 1. Hengewalker's probably not making our deck. We're a pretty split 2-color deck here, so I'm going to grab Barge, just in case we want a pump spell. All right, now we have a close choice between Joust and Redcap Raiders. These are knights, though they're not particularly good with Joust, but this is also a knight. And red-green has access to a pretty good amount of aggressive knights, so we may want to prioritize knights heavily anyway, and Joust can be a pretty solid removal in decks like this. Whereas Joust can struggle with little white creatures, big green creatures, whether or not they're a knight, can fight pretty well. So I think I'm going to go with the Joust, but Redcap Raiders is also a nice non-human aggressive creature. Hey, it's pack 1. We don't know how many 7 dwarves we'll see. I'm going to go ahead and put this one on the bench for now. And there's another one right off the bat. All right, well, now we'll keep our eye on the 7 dwarfs in this draft because that's already 2 of them, and it's pack 1. Wildwood Tracker can always be a good card in the green-red aggro deck. So let's take a look at the Wolverine. Edgewall Innkeeper can trigger it almost every turn. Other than that, we don't really have ways to trigger it. But a red-green deck isn't really going to want Thrill, and it's definitely not going to want a lot of copies of Thrill. So let's take the Wolverine just in case we end up finding another Innkeeper or some other ways to activate it. Don't think these cards matter. Hey, Javier, how you doing? Our world champion. So what do we want to draft here? Nothing really exciting for us. Surf Aaron is a pretty good knight if you can make it bigger. It's good with Joust. And also we can still get those tree folks or things like that. Ferocity of the Wilds tends to be really good in red-green non-humans aggro, but we have a lot of humans. Edgewall Innkeeper is human. Double Shield Breaker is human. Javier is human, despite how much he wins. We could also take Trebuchet, Rimrock, and Outmuscle. So there's a lot of close cards here. I really have no idea what I want to take. Probably should just take Rimrock Knight. I don't know. I mean, it's not an exciting pick. While I'm a big fan of Javier, it's still a 1-mana 1/1 here in Limited. More of a constructed card. Rimrock is kind of exactly what this deck is trying to do. Curve out. It's an adventure creature. Just because a card is rare doesn't make it great or horrible, like I was explaining with the Cauldron. Fervent Champion is not a great card in Limited. People just have a 2/2, then you can't attack with it. So obviously, you may have ways to enhance it like Rimrock Knight, but it's just not a very exciting card. I'm not saying it's unplayable. If we table it, we might play it. But I think it's probably worse than most of these cards. Tracker's a 2/2. A 2/2 can attack into opposing 2/2s. Javier cannot. I mean, Outmuscle could be the pick. We don't have a lot of removal. Outmuscle is pretty good. Farron could also be the pick. We're going to be prioritizing Tree Folks and Rimrock Knights and ways to pump our creatures. It's a pretty close pick. My gut says Rimrock is just the best of all these cards for us, but I think it's overall a very close pick. Speaking of interesting and close picks, do we hope the 7 Dwarves will table? Do we take it because it's already our third? Do we take Witchstalker for a nice 4-mana 4/4 trample? I kind of want to just take the 7 Dwarves. I mean, I'm not doing it for memes. I draft the same in these as I would if it was a Mythic Championship. But the thing is, this will be number 3 already, and it's only the start of Pack 2. Witchstalker is better, but we are looking to play a 16-land aggro deck, potentially. All right, Dangle says Dwarf. I'm kind of feeling the Dwarf. Hopefully we'll see more. Wow, second Edgewall Innkeeper. Well, that's awesome. Okay, no debate on this pick. We're definitely going to take second Edgewall Innkeeper here. It's not even over anything. Also, the Dwarves are better in the Innkeeper deck, because if we do draw multiple cards a turn, then we'll find more Dwarves. Also, now that we have second Innkeeper, I think we can play this Wolverine. Easy pick here in Shield Breaker. I don't necessarily want more and more of them. It's not like they're going to have 10 artifacts out, but it's not really over anything there. Definitely going to take Trebuchet here. It's an excellent card. Carver similarly is a pump spell that draws a card when you cast it if you have an Edgewall Innkeeper out. Oh yeah, Trebuchet over Tree Folk for sure. Tree Folk's barely good with Innkeeper. You have to have 6 mana before you're playing it and drawing a card. Now, Tree Folk's a good card anyway. It's a good card by itself. But this is a really aggressive deck. Look at our curve. We're going to be attacking at all times. And now let's grab Merrily Rider. Hey, 7 Dwarves number 4, and we still have a pack to go. Hopefully we can get a couple more. Do we want Merrileaf or Tracker? Probably Tracker, but let's make sure we have enough non-humans to turn it on early all the time. These are humans. That's not a human. Oh, all of our dwarves are not humans. Okay. Tracker it is. Red-green beats. These cards don't matter. Maybe we'll play a Tall as a Beanstalk. We are a really aggressive deck with little creatures. right, let's take a look. Sadly, there's no 7 dwarves in this pack, so we have to look at the rest of the pack. Wildborn Preserver is excellent. Even though it's not at its best in a cheap red-green aggro deck, our creatures are small. We can play this, then play this for 1 mana, and then pump this all the way. So it's still a nice card. What else would there be? There's a Mad Ratter. We have double Innkeeper, but we're not going to have card drawing. We can't cast Lock Dragon. Seems like a pretty clear Wildborn Preserver to me. It's not broken in a deck like this, but it's still just a really cheap, efficient card that is never dead, and you could always make into a big threat. We have very little removal, and we have a very aggressive deck. Now we get the opportunity to take Barrage. It's not over anything broken. It's not over a dwarf. Just gobble that up. Wow, can I take this rest of this pack and call it a day? We could easily make green into a fairly light second color, play Tobrin, Slaying Fire, and Scorching Dragonfire. I don't know what to take. Let's assume that we basically don't play Paladin because green is a little lighter than red in our deck. I want this whole pack. Is it Torbran? We have more red than green, but we do have green creatures, and we're not going to play a one-color deck. This is triple red. I'm not sure that it's not just like Slaying Fire here. The reach is a big deal because we're a really aggressive deck. I'm pretty sure Slaying Fire is the right pick. I want Torbran, but we're not mono red. We're not audibling into mono red. We have double Grumgully, double Innkeeper. And we're a really low-to-the-ground aggressive deck. I think Slaying Fire is the right pick. This card goes to players, and it's valuable reach against decks like Mill. Remember, I don't actually draft for the memes. I drafted the dwarves because they're powerful if you get a lot of them, not for the memes. All right, Outmuscle, pretty easy pick there, over nothing. Can we see at least one more 7 dwarves, please? I did draft them aggressively, and we started pack 3 with 4. I would like to get one more. Easy Rimrock here. It's a perfect fit for our deck. Doesn't look like we're getting any more 7 dwarves, sadly. Maybe the program thinks you can only have up to 4 of a card in your deck. I don't know. I think it's super close, Fisk. I'd probably take Slaying Fire, but I think it's super close. I don't think these cards are going to end up mattering. Weaselback is good in Standard, but not in Draft. But it's fine in our deck. Fling is okay. I think I have to take Red Cap. It's officially my card now. Trebuchet over nothing. So this is the last pack that we haven't seen yet. So sadly, we're not going to get any more 7 dwarves. But we do get another Rimrock, which is an excellent card in our deck. Carver also pretty good. Cheap pump. There's no way we're going to use Bargain now that we have all these Rimrocks and Carvers. These cards literally don't matter. We're not going to play it. Well, we might play Treefolk or Rosethorn Halberd. I think too many of our early drops are human for us to be excited about Rosethorn. So I think I'd rather just grab Treefolk. Ooh, that's a late tracker. We'll probably play that. So let's take a look, because we have to make a bunch of cuts. Pretty sure with this many better 1-drops, we're not playing Red Cap, Wolverine. We just have tons of better 2-drops. I don't think we want Marrowleaf Rider. We don't have any food. We just have a million better 2-drops. Probably a 16-land deck, given our curve basically ends at 4. We have 1 5-drop. This is really a 4-mana card. Yeah, we could definitely cut Treefolk. That's an option. The Trebs could be cut. Let's check our knight count. Well, we have a lot of knights. Don't forget, Embrys, Shieldbreaker, and Rimrock are both knights. So we have a lot of knights for the Brimstones. Not 15 lands, no. We have a 5-drop. We have a bunch of adventures and stuff. We could cut 1 tracker, absolutely. I don't think I'm cutting the Trebuchets. We have 6 knights with these Rimrocks and these Shieldbreakers here. Yeah, we could consider the Marrowleaf because it's a knight for our Trebuchets. But other than that, we don't have really knight synergies. Joust isn't going to work with Marrowleaf Rider unless we're killing a 1-power creature. I think we could support Joust. Maybe not. We can fight with something we pumped. Joust does look pretty bad in this deck. Maybe we should cut Joust. Yeah, I'm not trying to stick cards in the deck. I'm trying to cut cards from the deck. I understand Paladin and Merrily Fried are Knights, but we're not a Knights deck. Trebuchet pings for 1 a turn either way, and when we have these 6 creatures, then we can get an extra point of damage. I like Carvers because they're a pump spell, but you could also just play a 4-mana 3/2 draw a card if we draw one of our 2 Innkeepers. I think Outmuscle's better. Sometimes we'll have 3 green. Also, like with Trebuchet or Grumgully, we can take things out. The +1/+1 is a nice difference. Yeah, Tracker could be cut. That's definitely one of the cards I'm considering. Yeah, I'm fine with cutting a Tracker. Rimrock Knight is a non-human. Embrys Shieldbreaker is a human. Dwarves are non-humans. We have a lot of non-humans. Our humans are like our 2 Carvers, our 2 Innkeepers, and our Shieldbreakers. And this is a creature-heavy deck. We have 1, 2, 3 non-creatures. I like Red Cap in general, and it is a Knight. But, I mean, can we really play it over anything in this deck? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure this is right. Well, Bargain would have to be in over, like, Carver, which I think is wrong with Double Edgewall Innkeeper. Brimstone Trebuchet is a big deal in the mill meta. You get to just keep pinging people, including on the last turn. I'm sorry, Torbrand. I wanted Torbrand. I would have played Torbrand had we got it, but I couldn't take it over Slaying Fire in this 2-color aggro deck. Believe me, I wanted Torbrand, though. That was not, like... I was not happy that all of those great cards for us were in one pack. Yeah, I have enough adventures. I've got 3 of the red adventure creature, Embrys Shieldbreaker, that kills an artifact. I've got 3 Rimrock Knights. I've got 2 Carvers. That's 8 adventure creatures right there. Plenty of adventure creatures. I like Outmuscle more than Joust because if you have the triple green, it's always on. I like Joust in decks like this usually. I just feel like this deck didn't get there with Joust. Overall, this deck got there. I think the deck is quite good. But I don't think Joust... I think Joust would be okay in this deck, but we had to cut things. I don't think we need removal that bad. I'm planning to be out in front and always attacking. I know we're going to be on the draw in half the games, but we have like a bunch of 1-drops. This deck is about as cheap and as aggressive as a deck could be. That's why I wanted the Slaying Fire too, so we could have extra reach. All right, for now, no real decisions. If we put out the 7 Dwarves, that turns on the Tracker. The old 1-2 punch. Beloved Princess can't be blocked by creatures of power 3 or greater. It is not unblockable. All right, so now I'm just going to Rimrock whatever gets through and play it. We have the Slaying Fire for their next creature. We're on the aggressive. So let's see. 2/1 Death Touch means it can kill any of my creatures, but I'll kill it. I'll kill it as well. The 0/2 here can turn into a 1/1, which can trade with the Rimrock. But I mean, these trades seem fine for me. But given my hand is all lands, I'm probably not closing anytime soon. So we have to decide. What do we want to accomplish this game? I can't really stop this 1/1 token from trading with Rimrock. So I think the best I can do here is to attack. Rimrock Knight can't block, so it's not like I can save it for the defensive. And Slaying Fire can kill all the way up to 4 toughness. So at this point, I feel like our best option here is to trade off our creature that can't block. And then we'll settle in for what will probably have to be the long game because, well, our hand is all land and a removal spell. Puppet's not good. It just doesn't do enough. Okay, so no reason to trade our 1/1 that will sometimes be a 2/2 for their 1/1. No reason to put out Shieldbreaker. We don't have Innkeeper out, and they don't have an artifact out. So for now, I'm just going to chill. I'm going to hold 2 land because they have 3 cards, and they could easily be holding a Reaper. I don't want to discard any spells, and my deck is mostly cheap cards. Of course, we're going to Slaying Fire Sir Allen over here. You're not going to get a better target than that for a 4 damage removal spell. So now, again, I think I'm going to play 1 land. If they end up having Reaper, we can discard Shieldbreaker. I won't be ecstatic about it, but I want to have Searing Barrage online. If they play a creature that I want to barrage, I can do it end of their turn, and then I might draw a creature I want to play. So I'm going to go ahead and play the 1 land. So this is a human, so it's not even going to turn this into a 2/2. Also, we have double Edgewall Innkeeper, so we can play these and draw a card. So I think it just makes sense to hold them for now. Obviously, I'll kill any artifact, even if it's not a particularly good one with them, if I get the opportunity. But if they were in play, they wouldn't be doing much. They'd be trading with a 1/1. All right, that's worth putting out. If we Rimrock here pre-combat and then cast it, now our Wildwood Tracker can attack as a 4/2, and then they can either trade their witches for it, or chump block it, or take 4, all of which I'm pretty cool with. And I think it gets closer whether we want to play Shieldbreaker, because now we have a 3/1 that their 1/1 is going to be able to trade with. But we do still have those double Innkeepers, and they may play an artifact, so I'm going to hold it. Yeah, we need to draw one of those 2 Innkeepers. Then maybe we'll draw a bunch of new cards and be able to kind of overwhelm the opponent. Otherwise, we're probably going to lose. But not much we can do now. Just got to chill. At least there's an artifact for us to Shieldbreaker. That feels good. I'm definitely not going to be chump blocking Sir Allen this turn, given it has the equipment. And none of their creatures have flying, but they could be holding a Fairy Guide Mother. So we certainly want to think about chump blocking Barrow Witches here, though it's probably wrong. Thank you, the True King Fishy. Appreciate that subscription. So let's say we chump it with the tracker. We untap with these 2. If we draw Innkeeper, we're going to be up a lot of cards. If we get in a few points of damage, we might win. I don't hate chumping here. I think it's super close. Yeah, we're probably not beating Fairy Guide Mother. Plus, it would probably be in play anyway if they had it. So I'm just going to take the 10. Okay, so pretty clearly now, we're just going to attack with everything. We're going to have ground blockers. So the plan is to try and race. If we're going to have like 2 ground blockers here, and we're killing the Giant Skewer. And they have to hit us with both creatures to lethal us, so we're not losing a removal or anything like that. So we're at a point now where we lose if they have Guide Mother, we lose if they have 2 removal spells to play. But on board, it's a tight game. There's 1. Hopefully they don't have a second. Boo. The thing about that, though, you don't play around that because it was going to be tough to beat that anyway, right? Like, let's pretend they Tactician or double removal spell. Who cares? How were we going to beat that anyway? We weren't going to beat that by chump blocking a turn earlier. So, nothing to worry about. They had a bunch of good cards in hand, and they pulled a win. I full well know Guide Mother is a sorcery. When we were deciding what to block on the previous turn, we went to exactly 6, which meant next turn we were going to have a bunch of ground blockers, and they could Guide Mother Sir All-In and hit us for exactly 6. That's why there was so much discussion about Guide Mother on the previous turn. Thank you, Neferi. Appreciate that subscription. I don't know. I'm really excited. I think Green still has a lot of good tools. I think Goose and Wicked Wolf and Nissa are all excellent standard cards. I think they did a good job with the bans, so I'm excited to see what happens. All right, it would have been an interesting choice, but now I'm just going to play the Dwarf. Even though it has the adventure half, I don't care that much about getting 2 more points of damage. I want to draw cards so I can make my land and creature drops. Plus, that card does 1 more damage next turn than 7 Dwarves anyway. But the real reason I'm definitely playing it here is because of Innkeeper. Easy choice, Slaying Fire away that 2/3 Death Touch so we can keep attacking. That creature's super scary. If I attacked and they took it and swung back, they'd be hitting me and drawing cards. I'm not looking for a better creature than that to Slaying Fire. Tempting Witch, on the other hand, we can just attack into. We can Carver whichever one they block, play 7 Dwarves, and continue about our business. Curving right out and getting maximum advantage out of everything. This game is starting off super smooth. All right, so this turn, even though I have Tree Folk and Carver, I think I'm more excited to just cast this while the Innkeeper's in play and draw another card. So I'm just going to attack here with 7 Dwarves and Rimrock. I'm happy to trade Rimrock for Witch, get in a couple of points of damage, or to have these 2 bounce and get in 3 points of damage. Then post-combat, we can play this 3/2 that's over here on an adventure. We draw a card off the Innkeeper. While 4 mana 3/2 is not a good limited card, 4 mana 3/2 draw a card is a very solid limited card. So Gardenbrig Carver is a world of difference when you have an Innkeeper out. We're just digging deeper into our deck for good lands and spells, more adventure creatures. I mean, I don't think it would be that exciting, Dr. Silly Scopes. She knows how to draft. Like, whenever we do a draft together and she tells me what she would take, we only disagree on like 3 or 4 picks usually out of the draft. Okay, and then let's see. Any trades help clear the way for the little creatures, so they're good for us. We have Carver. So I'm not really sure what we want to do here. Yeah, it would be fun if it was somebody who didn't really know Magic, but Draft is her favorite format, and she's like a regular Magic player, so that's why I said I don't think it would be that exciting. Come on, you think I would date somebody who Draft wasn't their favorite format? Let's be reasonable here. Most people, you know, on dates, they're asking someone, do you want a family? You know, maybe what are your religion or politics? What do you think I'm asking Rachel on our first date? Rachel, you're really cool. I gotta ask, what's your favorite format of Magic? Please say draft. Please say draft. Get your priorities straight, people. Come on. So, I didn't dwarves pre. What? Why not dwarves? Oh, why not attack with dwarves? Because I didn't want to have to Carver this turn in combat. I want to play Trebuchet this turn and Wildwood Tracker. You use all my mana and get the pinging going. So I'm just going to let these creatures trade. They've got open mana. I don't know what they might or might not have here. We'll see what they do. Okay, now they Carvered. I could Carver if I want to and get the trade. But remember, this is just a 2-2. Who cares? So now we'll just take our 3 points of damage, lose our Carver, but get out our ping machine with the opponent at 6 life. She said draft. And 2 years later, we're happy and life is good. Well, they're only sort of at 12 life. If they had 8 mana out and nothing to do, yeah, they'd effectively be at 12. But if we can force them to crack these foods, they've got 4 cards in hand, but only 4 mana. So if we tie up 2 of their mana, that's pretty valuable. Speaking of, I'm pretty sure now they're going to be in a really rough spot. Our choices here are Barrage, Carver, and Tree Folk. We can only do one of the 3. We know we can ping them, so let's pretend they're at 5. We don't have Adamant, so let's say we clear a creature and attack with these 4. If they want to block and kill the Innkeeper, they have to take 4 and go to 1. But is that better than if we, like, Tree Folk, let's say, like, I don't know, one of these 3 and just attack? We don't actually have any great options this turn. Like, we're looking really good, and we're probably going to win this game. But there's no one play we can make that's really, like, fantastic this turn. I don't only want to use 2 mana, and I don't want to use the Searing Barrage, 1 mana short of Adamant, so I think I'm going to Tree Folk. I think what we'll do here is just Tree Folk the Dwarves, so if they want to kill it, they have to double block it, and then we can just attack with all the creatures that can profitably attack, which are these 3. 1/3 can either trade with 3/1 or bounce with 2/2, which is irrelevant. 2/2 can trade with 3/1, or they could, like, double block the 4/4 to kill it with, like, the 3/2 and the 1/3. But then it's a little bit of a trade down, but they're taking 2 valuable points of damage. So I like this line. I think that ultimately the Tree Folk's still chilling, ready to come in and be a 6/5 like we wanted to do if we draw land. We also got in 2 points of damage there. With Trebuchet active, that's pretty valuable. Like I said, it's not like they have all this mana and nothing to do with it. If they want to use these food for life, then they're not casting things. So now, if we barrage the Bognaughty, we attack with both. They have to block the tracker or they die. They go to 2 and then 1, but we can't kill them. Otherwise, we could attack with both. But, like, they're probably going to put Bognaughty on Innkeeper, Tempting Witch on Tracker. And then we Carver the Innkeeper, but we lose it. So I don't think that's good. So I think we just barrage the Bognaughty here. This gets rid of their good threat that could allow them to sack food to kill Trebuchet. And it deals them a point of damage. Because they have to block Tracker or they're literally dead. So now the Innkeeper gets in for a point. I don't think we're going to get any on-block creatures. If I attack with both, I would expect them to block both creatures. Brimstone can attack. It has Defender. Thank you, Dr. Smiley. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks for supporting my stream, Dr. Smiley. So while I didn't want to use the barrage without giving myself maximum chance to draw mountains, it was pretty strong last turn. We got rid of a good threat, and we got in damage with Innkeeper. All right, so if I go for Shieldbreaker on the food token and they sack it, I lose the Shieldbreaker. They're at 7. I have 4 mana left. That doesn't seem good. This turn, we can use Grumgully and Carver. I'm not really that scared of some kind of a surprise blowout because none of the creatures in play are particularly important. So I think this turn is pretty clear. We'll just attack. Whichever one they block, I'm probably going to Carver because they're effectively at 7. So they're not dead on board either way. So let's go ahead and just pump this tracker, try and take out that witch. And then post-combat, we have Grumgully to cast. Maybe if they don't have mana untapped, I'll blow up the food because of how low they are. We'll have to see. So, like, now, unfortunately, I don't have another red. But, fortunately, which obviously it's a mistap because I could have just tapped 2 green for Carver, and then I would have still had another red available. But, and then I could have blown up the food and played Shield Breaker. So, kind of got punished by the auto tapper. That said, with how low they are in life, I think we do want to... Oh, no, wait. Oh, yeah, okay, they don't have 2 to sack the food. So, yeah, I think we do want to blow up that food token while they can't gain life here. So I should have tapped manually there. Trusting the auto tapper in that spot is my own fault. It doesn't know we need both our red. All right, that said, figure at this point we don't have an attack this turn. Just use as much mana as we can. Put out creatures. Life is good. I guess if I'm going to play Ember's Shield Breaker, which I am, then I'll ping them. We know they're just going to sack this food for 3 life, so it's not like they're dying. But also, we're now up to 5 creatures in play, and the Trebuchet is still pinging. And heck, we haven't played a land yet. We can even slap down another tracker. So good luck to the opponent surviving next turn. Unless they have some kind of sweeper or they make a bunch of tokens, we now have a lot of creatures in play. Well, that does give them two more creatures. Maybe the fight continues. So, all right, Rimrock, whatever gets through is lethal if they don't have anything. I'm definitely prepared to go for it. There's no reason not to start with Carver, though, I don't think. And then... Actually, it might be right to just pump the Innkeeper pre-combat and then play the Rimrock pre-combat and then Alpha. Because if they don't have anything, we win anyway. And if they want to stop us from drawing a card with Rimrock, then they have to kill the Innkeeper now. And we don't necessarily have to Alpha attack. So I think this is the right play, because they're dead either way if they have nothing. But if they have something, I'd rather them use it now pre-combat than during combat. So what I'm going to do is pump Edgewall Innkeeper here. Ping them. And now we're attacking with 5 creatures, all of which will have at least 2 power. So they're dead unless they have something. Now, if they do have removal, they only have the 1 big creature, so it's not like we're going to get destroyed. But that's why I wanted to do this pre-combat, because if they, like, kill the Innkeeper there, then I don't attack. I don't have to make this all-out attack. So that was why I did the Rimrock pre-combat. Auto Tapper is great. There are times it doesn't understand things. It would be nice if they could understand something like Adventure, if you're releasing a mechanic that you know isn't going to work with the auto tapper, like Adventure, it would be nice if they could program that in before the mechanic comes out. Maybe in the future that will happen. I hope so. I feel like we're in a weird time magic-wise because Arena is great and the auto tapper is great, but the auto tapper could easily get better and they could easily have pod drafts on Arena and program the bots to take bows and secret keepers. So I feel like we're in this point where we have to kind of withhold judgment and give them a little bit of time. I understand you're probably going to say, well, how much time? Look, I don't know. We should complain about these things. We should let Wizards know how much they matter to us. But exactly when they'll get them or if they're getting them, I have no idea. Okay, easy turn here. Use all our mana, blow up an artifact. Just firing on all cylinders. Well, they just milled 4 lands. Hopefully we'll draw like 1 more, and then we don't need any more for the rest of the game. For now, if we attack with both, there's virtually nothing they can do with 1 black, but we don't have any non-humans, so we're not getting them with Rimrock. If we could play like a 1 mana or 2 mana non-human pre-combat, we could then attack with Tracker. If they blocked with Secret Keeper, we would get to eat it. Doesn't look like that's really an option for us right now, though. So I think I'm just going to slap down Trebuchet this turn. Still going to attack with both, of course. No reason to miss damage. I played the Trebuchet pre-combat because if they had that like +2/+1 card and wanted to kill Innkeeper, there's no reason to miss 1 point of damage. The Trebuchet is not human, so it grows the tracker. Okay, so now if we attack with Tracker, it's a good trade with Guardian, 4/2 for 2/2. Or if they block it with Secret Keeper, we can pump with Rimrock. So now we're happy to attack with Tracker. If they take 2, we're happy. If they block with a 4/2, we're happy. If they block with an 0/4, we're happy. So no matter what, this attack is good for us. Then post-combat, I actually think we just want to get our other Trebuchet out now, start pinging them since they're a control deck. This is a knight. These are both knights. So I'm pretty excited about getting all these Trebuchets in play before playing my knights if I can. Hey, there's another artifact for us to smash. These shield breakers are so good. We're going to draw a card when we cast them. We're going to get a 2/1 in play. And they killed artifacts, Skewer and Broom. Don't sleep on these shield breakers. There are a lot of formats where they would be mediocre. This is not one of those formats. They are excellent in this format. All right. Let's let the pinging begin. And we'll just go ahead and blow up the opponent's world. And back to you, opponent. I really hope they have something, because if not, this turn is going to be good times. I mean, you thought last turn was good times? We're drawing cards. We're on-tapping our Trebuchets. These are knights that have adventure. This is a knight that has adventure. This is our deck just doing what our deck do. Thanks, the Orc Noob. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for supporting my stream. I mean, I had fun. I don't know if they had fun or not. I don't think there's really much reason to attack this turn. Next turn, we'll look at an alpha now that we have 2 more creatures in play. I think they're just dead. If we Rimrock whatever gets through, then we can untap the Brimstones when we cast Rimrock. Also, we could Slaying Fire them. I'm pretty sure they're just dead like every which way. I guess there's no reason to even bother go to combat since they're just dead right now. If we deal them 3, they're at 4, and then double ping, Rimrock, double ping. That's one of those games where it's like, you know, you want to ask the opponent, was it good for you? Did you have a good time? I had a good time. I mean, I have been drafting shield breakers aggressively though since day 1. I'm allowed to be a little proud of myself, right? That was pretty cool how they milled 4 lands and then we just drew a couple more to finish the game with like 5 lands. We haven't even gotten a 7 dwarves hand yet. Imagine when we draw like 2 or 3 7 dwarves if that ever happens. Okay, so here I think we might as well start with Preserver. Next turn we know we already have 7 dwarves, and then we can pay 1 and turn it into a 3/3. That still seems better than putting out a different 2-drop this turn at least. I will not be blocking here, but I'll flash it out now just to save clicks. Then, like I said, if we play 7 dwarves here, we trigger the Preserver since it's a non-human. And I don't mind racing, even though they're on the play. My hand has pump, things that deal damage. This deck is really aggressive, so I'm going to attack for 3. They can attack back if they like. Boo! Next turn we could have played Rimrock and turned it into a 5/5. Boo! All right, plan B. They shut off our aggression. Let's just go ahead and build a 4/4. They're down to 1 card in hand. See if they can deal with this. Now we'll switch gears a little. Hopefully this can stop their aggression, and then we'll be in a position where we'll be able to attack, pump, play other things. I am playing Throne of Eldraine, best of 1 booster draft. Sadly, we drew 3 Rimrocks and 0 Shield Breakers. So what do we want to do here? I mean, I can block the 4 or 5 in Carver next turn. Think I just want to put out a Rimrock. I know it's not doing very much, but I have 2 more left in hand, and it's basically the only thing I can do right now. They don't have triple green, so this is going to work out awesome. This is the problem with fight spells. They're going to be a 5-6. We're going to be a 6-6. 6-6 beats 5-6. Pleasure doing business with you. Now, if they attack, it gets interesting. Our creature does still have its damage on it, and will shrink back to a 4-4 next turn. 4-4 is bigger than what they have, but we don't really want to take too much more damage when they have a Ginger Brute. I'd probably take 2 from the Squire here. If they send the Rosethorn, I'll probably block with the Dwarves, because this card costs 6, and they only have 4 mana out. So I think I can trade off with the Rosethorn, which keeps the 6-5 at bay for a while, and taking 3 to go to 7 still gives me plenty of wiggle room here. So I'm trading my 4-4 for their 2-3 that adds mana, and I'm gaining a few points of life. It's a close call, but I think it's worth it. And of course, 3-2 for 2-2, but they're attacking first, so definitely blocking here. If they want to spend 1 a turn to deal us 1 a turn with Brute, that's fine with me. Now we have virtually no decisions. Going to go ahead and pump for 2 damage, and then we'll play it, draw a card. If I get a mountain, I'm going to pump the other Rimrock. I'm going to pump the Rimrock again because I'm not expecting to need to trade up with bigger creatures, so I don't want to miss damage, and I want to be able to cast all of these as soon as possible. So now I'm going to make a play that's a little surprising. If they attack with Brute and they don't pay the 1 because they drew a land and they want to cast Tree Folk, I'm going to block with Innkeeper. I don't want to accidentally die to this unblockable creature. We're way up on cards. I don't need to draw more cards. Obviously, if they pay the 1, then we know they can't cast Tree Folk this turn, but then I don't have the ability to block. It's not a choice at my disposal. But now I think they're just dead. They're at 9. This is 7, plus Barrage equals 10, so good game. But if they didn't pay the 1 there, I would assume they probably drew a land for Tree Folk, and I would just trade Innkeeper for Brute, keep my life total at 6, and the unblockable creature off the board. That was a pretty sweet game. Those cards do get a little worse in multiples, but really it just depends on your creature's ZBD. If you have 17 or 18 knights and those 5 removal spells, you should certainly play all 5. If you have other removal that's better, then maybe you start cutting like outflanks. Oh, I mean, I don't know much about Brawl, but Oko absolutely had to be banned from Standard. Oko is a joke. Like, I don't understand how that card got printed. You know, you see me praise R&D and play design a lot on this stream because the limited sets have been fun for a while, and I'll continue to praise them for that, but I don't know how Oko got through. I've got no explanation for you. But I do think that they got the bans right today. Oko and Veil had to go. After that, you could ban Goose, you could ban Once Upon a Time, you could ban Nissa, you could not. But I think basically the key to today for Standard, I'm only talking about Standard, was they had to ban Veil and Oko. My big concern was that they wouldn't ban Veil. in which case, like, Murderous Rider and Brazen Borrower and all the sweet counter spells in Standard would be unplayable for the next 2 years. So I think it was really important that they banned Veil. I think banning Oko was a no-brainer. Past that, I don't feel strongly about Goose or Once Upon a Time or Nissa or Crassus or the other power green cards. Well, that was why I didn't really want Once Upon a Time to get banned. I wanted Goose to be banned because I think the adventure decks are cool. But again, I don't know if banning Once Upon a Time kills the adventure decks or not. Once Upon a Time and Goose are both like kind of above rate standard cards. So, I mean, I get that they would be scared to have Green have access to both of those for the long run, and they decided to ban Once Upon a Time. I respect that decision. Honestly, I have no problem with it. Even though I would have left Once Upon a Time and banned Goose, I don't have any problem with that decision. In my opinion, Oko and Veil had to go. Chopping out one of the other good green cards makes sense because green still has a lot of good tools. I think they did a good job today with the bans. I think Oat is way more broken than Goose, like in like modern decks like Tron or whatever. In Standard, I'm not really so sure about that. I like that Once Upon a Time doesn't find Planeswalkers, and Standard often revolves heavily around Planeswalkers. But again, I think it was fine to ban it. I think it would have been acceptable to leave it. I think it would have been fine to ban Goose. I think it's acceptable to leave it. I think Watsy got it right today, banning Oko and Veil, and then adding one of the other good green cards. I have no problem with what they did today. Okay, so we can outmuscle with the Adamant. So if they have a pump spell, it's fine. But if they have a removal in response, we get completely blown out. But is there even any removal they can have in response? Murderous Rider is black, 1. Bacon or Pie costs 4. Reeve Soul and Epic Downfall are both sorceries. I'm not even sure if there's a removal spell in the format they can play here. Yeah, they probably have Carver, which is why I'm thinking out muscle here, because there's like Carver doesn't work basically. So hopefully I'm right and there isn't some instant removal they can have in response. I don't think there is, but I could be wrong. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Assuming they didn't have anything else to do, they still get their 3/2 on the adventure, the same as if it was in their hand. They just don't have the ability to adventure it. So if they cast it, it doesn't really make much of a difference. Oh, right, they could have sacked and getting 3, though. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so we can't send Innkeeper into Carver, but we can send Dwarves and Rimrock, whichever one they block. We can Carver, and then post-combat, we'll play Rum Gully. Life is good. Green didn't have enough good cards back then, Daron. Also, what the other decks were doing was just different. Like, Golos, you're not stopping them with counters because they're mostly relying on their lands. So you had to go under them with aggression. But, I mean, Veil is one of the most egregious cards I've ever seen. It's basically a cantrip counterspell. We have 8, but not 9 at the moment. So I think let's go ahead and start by casting things. Think we want to send Rimrock on its adventure here and then cast it. And if they can win this game, they know things I don't. Because while they're not dead, it's 5 creatures to 1. They're at 1 life, and we've got a burn spell in hand. So that would have to be superfood. I haven't read the article yet, Thunderwonk. I'll be sure to check it out. Is there a -2/-2 to all creatures? I don't think so. There's something that kills all creatures of one creature type, which is Vengeance, but I'm pretty sure my creatures weren't all the same type there. Some were like elves and some were dwarves and things like that. Veil was too much. They can print another anti-counterspell that's reasonable in the next set. I've got no problem with red-green having access to things that like counter counters. It can't be 1 mana, draw a card, and counter discard spells, and counter removal spells on creatures. Like, come on. I basically call Veil of Summer Cantrip Pyroblast. Like, are you kidding me with Veil of Summer? By all means, print something reasonable for red and green to have to answer counter spells. All right, so I think we're going to go beat down here. We don't want to save this just for when we have an innkeeper. We'd already be missing a point because it's going to pump the tracker. Plus, we're on the play with effectively a constructed hand. This is what standard aggro decks do. We put out a 2-power creature on turn 1 and a 3-power creature on turn 2. Unfortunately, since they have a 3/1, we can't attack and save it with Carver, but that's okay. We'll smash right through, play our Trebuchet, and then we still have Shieldbreaker, Carver, Barrage, everything good going on. Yeah, Guttural Response is a powerful anti-counterspell card that's fine. And Guttural Response is a card that has been in plenty of modern sideboards, and look at how much better Veil of Summer is than Guttural. Veil of Summer is like a joke, too. It's right there with Oko. It's just incredible. Okay, so I don't think there's any way this can work out poorly for us. It can work out, like, better or just okay, depending on how they block. But I'm pretty happy to attack with both creatures. If they put the 2/3 in front of the 2/2, we can Carver it. If they double block the 2/2, we can still Carver and kill both of theirs. The 3/1s trading, I'm cool with. So at this point, we have to assume a green-white deck isn't necessarily going to have an artifact. And plus, we have 2 more shield breakers anyway. So I think we just get our beatdown on. If we draw a land, we can barrage their blocker. So by not playing shield breaker, we're potentially missing 2 points of damage. So ironically, I'm not going to barrage that. Even though it looks like an awesome turn, we could put them to like 4. Barrage can stop a bigger creature. This 3/2 pro white isn't really stopping anything in my deck. So I'm just going to attack here. And then play my Carver post-combat. I want to hold on to Barrage because they might play like a 5/5 or something that stops my team. Whereas this 3/2 is only trading with one of my 3 ground creatures. So I know it's tempting to slam Barrage there with Adamant and have a really nice turn. But remember, this 3/2, it's not stopping any of my creatures. I'm up on board. So I want to preserve this removal spell in case they play something that does stop my team. Similar to last turn, I'm happy if we make trades. I'm happy if they block and play a pump spell and take some damage. And again, we can just hold on to Barrage for now. Not real incentivized to use it. Of course, now they're in lethal range, so if I get an opportunity, I will. But the Archon's ability is annoying, but it's not a big deal. I don't really have much else to do with my mana at this point. All right, so now maybe we're in closeout mode. Let's do a little counting. If we ping them, they're at 1. If we barrage the Archon, they gain 3 and go to 4. They take 3 and go to 1. And then they have to stop 3 creatures. That sounds like a plan to me. So yes, I ended up just doing it anyway. But imagine the turn they played Feybarrow Elder. They played like Garenbrig Paladin as a 5/5 or something like that. It would have been really important that we were able to barrage the 5/5. Now they didn't do that. We'll just barrage the Archon and swing for the win a turn or two later anyway. Definitely a good guideline for Magic. Make plans, but don't stick to them. Always be willing to adjust your plans at all times. Constantly getting new information. Every time the opponent plays a card, it can change everything. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Plans are useless. Planning is essential. Think in batches, but always be willing to deviate from your plans. Cash games, subscribe. I never really liked tournaments. Oh, another constructed level hand here. I'm not going to go for max damage. I'm going to go for card drawing. So it's going to be turn 1. Well, does it make more sense to go turn 1 Tracker, turn 2 Pump It and Innkeeper, turn 3 Rimrock? Or does it make more sense to go turn 1 Innkeeper, turn 2 Rimrock? We get our card. Nah, turn 1 Innkeeper, turn 2 Rimrock. If nothing else, they can't kill the Innkeeper on turn 1. But Reeve Soul and Scorching Dragonfire are commons. So I want to get cards while I can. Cards are the most valuable resource, of course. So I'm just going to curve out here, draw extra cards. I can always smash that food token later. I'm not worried at all about them sacking it. Perfect draw there with Carver. Going to attack with both. I don't really care about telegraphing Carver. I'm happy if they block. I'm happy if they don't. I just wanted to make sure it was going to leave me a green because I'd much rather cast Wildwood Tracker this turn than send Shieldbreaker on its adventure. Smashing food is fine, but I can always do it later. Whereas adding a 2/2 to the board when I'm pressuring the opponent has a substantial amount of value. Okay, I feel like they can't... we're not going to draw that many more cards off Innkeeper necessarily. So if they want to trade Swordmaster for Innkeeper instead of a 3/1, that's 2 more points of damage. So I'm going to go ahead and attack with everything here. I'm not even sure which I'd rather them block, whether I'd rather them block Rimrock or Innkeeper, but that's how I know I'm supposed to attack. If I was sure I would be upset if they blocked Innkeeper, I wouldn't be sending it. But at this point, I have 1 more adventure creature left in hand. I don't even have double red, so I think that was the right play. And now we'll smash this Hengewalker, pump our smallest creature, deck just firing on all cylinders. Pleasure doing business with you. That's actually a pretty good guideline for that. Like, if you're, like, debating whether to send Innkeeper in a spot like that, if you would be really unhappy if they blocked it, then they probably, like, are gonna block it. And you probably shouldn't send it because there's too much value in it living. If you're like, I'm not sure whether I'd rather them block my 3/1 or my Innkeeper, then send it, because you don't know what their hand is, you don't know what they're going to block, and it's close in value anyway, and you get in that extra point of damage if they don't block it. So since you're basically making the attack to try and get in 1 more point of damage, if you would be really unhappy if they blocked it, you probably shouldn't send it. On the other hand, if you're like, I'm not sure which one I even want them to block, you should send it, because it's 1 more point of damage. I lost that 1 game to Flood. I forget what they were playing. This deck is very good, but also remember, we're playing best of ones, and I've had Mountains and Forests, no Flood, no Screw every game. I feel like people get a little too results-oriented in these best-of-1 queues. You got to remember, when I won 3 with a deck, that doesn't mean it was bad. It means I probably didn't draw smooth mana draws. All right, we don't have any removal, so our choice this turn is Trebuchet or Carver. We can always eat Secret Keeper later. I'm pretty sure I'd rather use all my mana. So I'm going to get down Trebuchet here. Start the pinging. Yeah, this is how the deck's supposed to work, but, like, if we went 1-3, it probably wouldn't be because the deck was any better or worse. It would be because we didn't draw Mountain Forest and a good mix of lands and spells every game. But yes, this is how the deck works when it's drawing well. This is how the deck is supposed to work. I don't like that they've milled 7 lands in 1 spell. I feel like we're pretty likely to flood out from here. Hopefully we'll draw spells. All right, so we've got +2/+2 online, or we have Outmuscle. I want to Outmuscle Innkeeper pretty badly. If I do that, they're just going to block the 3/3 tracker with Secret Keeper because we're tapped out. I think pretty much no matter what I do, that's going to happen. So I'm just going to spend this turn killing their Innkeeper, stopping their card drawing. Unfortunately, I can't really get in any damage right now. Okay, so with double Carver, we have an interesting choice. I could attack with both. If they block with both, I could Carver. And if it gets countered, I would still be happy. I could just use the other Carver. The problem is if they have Runaway together and they bounce their Secret Keeper and my Tracker and fizzle the Carver, that's really bad for me. I don't think I can risk that kind of blowout right now when they have a hand full of spells, potentially. So I'm just going to play it slow and pass to the opponent. We're still pinging them every turn at the moment. If they drop shields and tap out, then we'll be able to attack and use our Carvers. In the meantime, I'll just keep dealing them 1. If we draw Innkeeper, that's a good draw. Still have 1 more of those. I could attack just to test them, but then also they might do things. Like, let's say they play like a pump spell. Then I have to use Carver or lose my Tracker, and then they could still run away together and some things like that. So I don't think it was worth testing whether they would block with their O4s. O4s are in there to block. I know sometimes people don't, but in this case, I think it was right. That said, another turn goes by, they add another O4 and we brick. I think now it's time I just have to go for it. Similarly to what I was talking about last time, I'm not really happy about this, and I think there's a decent chance they're going to have Runaway together, but maybe I'll get lucky and they won't. I really just need to put more stuff out and attack them. This game is not going well. I'm definitely going to pump the 2/2, not the 3/3, though, because it's big enough to kill the 0/4 either way, and I don't want them to bounce this one if possible. Okay, so they had the counter, but not the Runaway together, so that's decent. Now we can use the other one. Now it doesn't matter which we pump. Either way, we're taking out a Secret Keeper. And just continue about our business, but this game is still looking quite bad. We have 13 cards left in the deck. I prefer Red Cap over Tracker in these decks too sometimes, but not when you have double Edge Wall Innkeeper. Think about how many times we played Carver and drawn a card. But yeah, this game is going quite poorly. I do not expect to win this game. I mean, maybe they can't do anything else to mill us again. We ping them with Trebuchet a lot of times. They did mill a bunch of lands on some of those last mills, so we have some spells left. That's what, 5, 6, 9, 12. So there's 4 lands left and 8 spells left. So definitely it's a game that can go either way, but I would rather be on the opponent's side than on mine. Advantage bar to the opponent. Okay, we know they have a counter, so of course we're not going to try for Slaying Fire right now. We can't attack. They could just block all 3 of our creatures with their 3. So I'm not chumping any earlier than I have to in a tight game like this. Don't know what that last card in their hand is, but we know they're holding a counter, so if I try and Slaying Fire the Paladin, it's just going to get countered. Okay, that's a decent draw. Now we can use that when they attack and pump our tracker. If they counter it, then we have Slaying Fire and Carver to choose between. If it resolves, then we can trade tracker for Paladin. So for now, I'm going to pass back to them. So let's see if they counter the Rimrock. We could chump with the Carver. We have 4 to the opponent, so they're effectively at 5. 4-3. That's not lethal. So I need to kill this Paladin. I don't think I really want to just chump block it. If that's the case, I would actually rather the Rimrock resolve than the Slaying Fire, I think. Because I'll lose like a tracker, but what is that doing anyway? And Rimrock will get a ping off with Trebuchet. So I think the right play here, I'm going to Slaying Fire, Garenbrig Paladin first. Nothing we could do about that. Now let's hope this resolves and they don't have another trick or any more business. We're going to target the 2/2 tracker. Oh, yeah, I could have done the 1/1 tracker because then it would have 3 and could block and get +1/+1. That's true. So that's a mistake. I should have targeted the 1/1. That said, they had a second counter anyway. So now I have to chump to not die. I don't have Cardboard Live or Deckmaster on at the moment. Sorry, but neither is currently on. All right, so now with Tree Folk, we're not dead. Of course, we're decking in like a turn, so I have no clue how we're going to beat them. We do not have the 7 damage spell. Pretty sure we're going to die. Not sure what that last card in our deck is. They played this game well. It was a good game. I was a little flooded, but it was a good game. It would be cool if the last card in our deck was the 7 mana damage card and we killed them with no cards left in our library. Sadly, it's not. Good game. Yeah, I don't think there was any problem with my draws really there. It wasn't a great hand, but the opponent drew plenty of lands also. I mean, they did draw a few extra cards off their Innkeeper, but I've been winning with my Innkeeper. I mean, Innkeeper's great. Like I said, I have it as the best uncommon in the set. So, I mean, if you draw your Innkeeper turn 1, you're going to win a lot of games. So flyers are good at punishing slow decks, but they're bad against really aggressive decks. They just played a 1-power creature on turn 1, and I played a 2-power creature. Now, like I said, Godmother's a good card. I'm not hating on the opponent. I'm just highlighting when you board stuff like this out, or what they're good against and what they're bad against. So for now, what do we want to do? Probably just play 7 dwarves and then attack. They can take 2, attack back, or they can block now to save the 2. If they attack back, I can block with 7 dwarves. We don't have any more in hand. I don't really care. If I trade off 7 dwarves or a tracker right now, I'd rather get in 2 points of damage. So they decided that Shepherd was better to hold off with. Probably going to attack with it. I'm going to block. Maybe they have Squire or something, but ultimately, I don't even care really if they Squire. I'd prefer them not, but this is the kind of game where I'm going to be playing all my stuff out, and we're more trying to like race here than we are worried about like card advantage. And I definitely don't want to have to block Shepherd with Trebuchet. That's why I went and played Tracker and Shieldbreaker here. Now I can have plenty of blockers and attackers into Shepherd, and then I can play Trebuchet later and start pinging them with it. Yeah, I mean, we had 4 at the end of Pack 2, Hans. It was disappointing we didn't pick up 1 or 2 in Pack 3. And then when you have 4 of a card, you're not going to draw 2 of it that often, but sometimes you will. We haven't done it, so it hasn't been good for us. But this is an aggro deck with all kinds of pump and stuff. So like I said, we don't really mind having a 2-mana 2/2 in this deck. We're not ecstatic about it, but we don't really mind. The question now is, do I send all 3, or do I hold 1 back? Because they have Cauldron. I think holding 1 back makes sense. Shieldbreaker's definitely the one I'd want to trade off, so we'll hit for 4. No real consideration for killing the Cauldron there. It's just too much worse of a turn. I don't want to use 1 mana. Who knows if they're even going to pop Cauldron this turn. They might just cast something. So yeah. That said, now I have to ping them out with this Trebuchet because I can't attack with these little creatures. So now I am going to kill the Cauldron. The game has changed, of course. That's what Revenge does. I mean, I should have talked about why, but I basically just felt like if they Cauldroned that turn, it was a good turn for me. If they had Cauldroned the 2/1, I still have Trebuchet to block the 1/1, and then I take 3. If they Cauldron Trebuchet, I have the 2/1 to block the 3/1, and I take 1, and then I get to swing back for 4 to 6. So if they had Cauldron that last turn, it would have been a really good turn for me. So I wasn't really worried about them using their Cauldron. And now we'll hope they don't have anything, and we can just ping them out. I mean, I'm certainly not going to attack them out with little creatures, but on board, we're in good shape. We have 3 different creatures to stop Shepherd. The 2 Trebuchets stop the 2 Guide Mothers. Well, the plot just thickened. It's not that bad for me on this board now. We can still double block a Guide Mother, and we're still stopping Shepherd. But them giving all their small creatures +1/+1 is certainly not good for me either. We never know when we're going to lose these, so I want to go ahead and play the knight, get the extra pings in first here. I doubt there's any way an attack is going to be profitable. It's they take one, I take one, but they have blockers, so they can just trade. Not at this point, Hans. At this point, this game was looking to end pretty soon. We're not saving our adventure creatures in case we top deck Innkeeper. We got in 2 extra points of damage compared to if the trebuchets end up dying. And that said, they top deck Golden Egg. They were empty-handed. So they were on like a 4-turn clock here. And who knows when they draw a Squire, when they end up killing these trebuchets in combat. They just drew egg. They didn't have egg. If we make them sack Brute, though, that's really good for us. Yeah, this is a pretty good game. And any knight I draw is a decent draw. Like, even if I just draw Rimrock, even though, like, I'm not attacking, it's still 2 more points of damage. And if I draw, like, Ember's Shieldbreaker, that's fantastic. Of course, I only have 1 left. I do not believe attacking makes sense. They would get to trade. That's the problem. It's not that I wouldn't necessarily want to deal them 1 and deal me 1. It's that if I attack with, like, a 2/1, they gain 1, I take 1, but then they just block the 2/1. So attacking doesn't really work. That, on the other hand, does work. I mean, it's only 6. We're not lethal this turn, but it's pretty bad for us now. Might be able to win with Slaying Fire, although that still looks short. I guess if they didn't draw a land and they want to hit with the Brute, and if they play the Tactician, they can't sack egg, so then we win with a Knight. If they don't play the Tactician, then, oh no, we're still dead to Ginger Brute, but then we could draw removal and live. Don't think that helps us, though. I can't attack, and I can't block Ginger Brute. So, looks like wah, wah, wah. None of my creatures have haste, right? Yeah, super close. I mean, they drew egg and Tactician from that point after they played Revenge. Definitely a really good game. Very winnable. Yeah, sometimes Revenge basically loses you the game because it doesn't impact the board and resources. It only impacts life totals. Other times it wins you the game. This time it definitely won them the game. If this was an average 4-drop, I would have won this game with my army. It is a very different format with the bots and without the bots. I would love to see human drafting on Arena. I like the concept of the bots. The reason I'm really pro-bot is because I feel like the bots could be programmed to be indistinguishable from humans. They're not in this format, and I don't understand why they're not improving them rapidly. If it were me, that would be the top priority of my programmers right now, would be teaching the AI and getting it to draft much better, much quicker. But again, that's not really my area of expertise, so I can't really comment that much. All right. Another winning draft. Let's, but we've yet to get our 7 wins tonight. Let's dive into another one. Some pretty good cards in here to open. We could take Acclaim Contender. It's really strong in any Knights deck. Sorkara is really good in any red deck. I mean, Hypnotic Sprite is a flying 2-for-1. This card is excellent as well. Inspiring Veteran might be the best of them if you're red, white, knight aggro, but it's not splashable and it's a 2-color card. So I wouldn't consider it overall the good 1-color cards. And then as we get down to the commons, as usual, there's not really Bacon Opie or Scorching Dragonfire. Fierce Witchstalker is quite good. It's the best green common. I think it's better than Outmuscle and a really strong common. But I don't think I would take it over Sorkara and Acclaim Contender. I would rank this pack. Acclaim Contender and Sorkara are pretty close as far as 1-color cards and what I'm considering between. Sprite in 3rd, Witchstalker in 4th, and Veteran in 5th. That's accounting for the fact that I don't want to take a 2-color not splashable gold card. Inspiring Veteran could be better in a red-white knight aggro deck than any of these cards in their respective decks. Thank you, Nanny B. Appreciate that subscription. So I think this is really between Sorkara and Acclaimed Contender. I think I want Acclaimed Contender. It's just so cheap and hard to interact with profitably. All right, so now Mysterious Pathlighter, another good white card, uncommon to go with it. We can prioritize our adventure creatures the rest of the way. It's a pretty clear pick. If it wasn't in the pack, I would probably take like Lonesome Unicorn. I mean, it does make a knight token. It's not a knight itself, so it like half works with Acclaimed Contender. But I think it's a pretty clear Pathlighter second here. Now it gets a little less clear. Savvy Hunter is the best card in this pack, but it's a black-green-gold card, which doesn't go with what we're drafting at all. Scorching Dragonfire is the second best card in this pack, and it goes pretty well with it. So I think we want Dragonfire here. I hate passing the better card, but we have pretty good cards. And this is what happens when you stick to your first picks. Now we see a Trail of Crumbs, which is a really good card, but not really offering us anything. That said, I'm still going to take it in case we audible into a white-green deck or something, because now there's no cards I even care about. Whereas Scorching Dragonfire is only a little worse than Savvy Hunter. Trail of Crumbs is a million times better than Outflank, Reaper, or Redcap. So I'm going to take Trail, and we'll see what comes next. No clue where this draft is going. Well, that alone might be enough reason to take Redcap. Yeah, so this pack isn't particularly good for us. I think Tree Folk is the best card. I'd still rather play Red White Knights with what we have, but we might play some kind of grindy green-white deck. Plenty of Knights in green and white also to turn on the contender. I think Tree Folk is the best card here by a lot, as far as stuff we can use. So now, Smitten Swordmaster, if we do go a Knight stack, is a really good Knight for a heavy Knight deck. Otherwise, as far as green-white, there's like a Once in Future. Once in Future is really good against mill, so it's a card that's a lot better in the mill meta than it is when people are trying to attack you. We have been seeing pretty good green this whole pack, so I think we have to assume we're supposed to play green. So I'm going to go ahead and grab Once in Future. Not sure what we want now. Maybe Wildwood Tracker. Our deck isn't looking super aggro. But again, we don't really know where this draft is going. We're kind of all over the place at the moment. If we do end up buckling down and drafting a really aggressive green-red or green-white, we'll be happy to pick up the Tracker. Otherwise, I mean, we could take like Rally. I don't love this card. There's really not much in this pack. All right, nothing for us really here. I think I'm going to grab Runaway Together, just kind of the only playable. Easy Rimrock Knight here. That's an excellent card for us pretty much no matter where we end up. Rimrock Knight is just a great card for any aggro deck. It's a split card. It's a knight. It's just a good overall Magic card if you're aggressive. It can't block, so if you're not an aggro deck, then it's not a playable card. Silver Flame is fine, but you don't want a ton of them necessarily. It depends on how your deck ends up. I really have no idea where this draft is going. It's kind of an ugly pack one, I will admit. I could see us drafting more of a like control-ish deck with Witching Well and Double Once in future. I don't know what we're going to get, and I don't know what we're going to open, but we're really all over the place right now. Green did seem like the color we're seeing the most, so I think we want to draft Return of the Wild Speaker here. I wouldn't mind animating Fairy. Trail of Crumbs makes a food. Witching Wells already, so we already have two things we can animate that come out before it. But I think if green is the color we're most seeing, then Return is the card we should be drafting. Thank you, Nevermole. Disappointing to let Sir Conrad go, but black is the only color we're not currently messing with. All right, so let's grab a Slaying Fire. If we draft like a red-green deck, it's going to be a good removal spell. A little better than Grumgully, I think. I think this is a deck that wants Rosethorn Acolyte. We can spend our mana. We have Return, we have Tree Folk, Once in Futures. I don't draft too much controlling red-green in this format, but it looks like that might be where we're going. Paladin's just the best of those by a lot. Let's look at the Broom. We have Trail, which it's pretty good with. That's it currently, but we do have Trail, so we want the food cards. Otherwise, there's Joust. Doesn't really work with these. It's not great with big creatures. So I think I'm going with the Broom here. Even though right now the Broom isn't particularly good for us, we have Trail, so I'm going to try and prioritize eggs and the other food things. Speaking of, there's a golden egg. So I think we're going to try and draft like a red-green deck with like that's planning to go to the late game. It's a tough seat. Red-green wants to be aggressive in this format, but I don't think we really had good options to do that. But we can always still play a nice green deck with like some red removal. Y'all know I love me a Shield Breaker. Searing Barrage is fine, but we're not going to adamant it very often. And Shield Breaker is just the walking 2-for-1. Actually, if we're going to play defensive and have big creatures and card drawing, then Spider's going to be good in our deck. So I'm going to go ahead and grab Spider. As well as Trebuchet as a card that can deal them damage while blocking. So I guess we found our lane. I don't think our deck is great, but it does seem to be coming together okay. This deck's nowhere near aggressive enough for Tracker. Ooh, well, we're a heavy green deck. We can play Yurbo. Yurbo is not the kind of card that's got to come out on turn 3. If we play it on turn 4 or 5, it's still a good card. We also have a Cabin. So maybe we can keep our red down a little bit and do something like a 10-7 mana base. Play like a heavy green deck. Pretty excited about Yurbo when I'm drafting heavy green. So now we really want to prioritize green cards where we can. Which they're not giving us much ability to do this pick, as the only green card we would take would be Curious Pair. So I think we're going to take Trebuchet, but we still do want to prioritize green cards wherever possible. Well, here there's one green card and one red card in the pack, so it's pretty easy to prioritize green cards. This pack is not going very well. Yurvo was a nice open, but since then we haven't really seen playables. However, there's a 10th pick Scorching Dragonfire, so that's always nice. Well, and another one. I guess I can't complain. If I'm going to draft late game, big creatures, card drawing, I'll take as many Scorching Dragonfires as I can get. Stop the aggro decks from running us over. And Thrill of Possibility offers some promise in a deck like this. I actually think this is a deck that's going to want Transformation. We have 3 Dragonfires, but our removal is basically all deal 3s. So if they play some big creature, we can shrink it and then deal it 3. While you don't want to have to combo together removal spells, we have Once and Future. We're looking to play long games. I would definitely choose to draw with this deck. I'm probably going to be cutting those Rim Rocks. We're not really looking to attack. That's not what this deck does. Because of Yorvo and the Cabin, we're going to want to skew 10-7. But we'll cut red cards where we can. So let's see. Rimrock's a good card, but I don't think it really fits our plan. It can't block. We have the Brute, the Egg, Trail, some ways to sack things, Thrill to prevent Flood and Screw. It's also just solid card drawing. Rose Thorn helps us fix. Yeah, all the rest of this looks pretty solid. We still have to cut 2 cards. Tall as a Beanstalk, if you're a hyper aggro deck at the top of your curve, it can be decent. A deck like this would never want it. I don't think we want Ogre Errant. It's cool that it's a knight, but it's just a pretty weak card. And then, yeah, we'll get rid of 1 Tree Folk. We still have 2. I think we want Thrill, because we're playing 17 lands, so we want to discard extra lands towards the late game. Also, we have a decent amount of expensive cards. So if we draw like a... So Thrill is a hand smoother, right? If you don't go up a card, you don't go down a card. But if you have like extra lands, you can discard them. Or if you don't have lands, you can discard a spell and go find lands. I think this is a deck that wants a hand smoother because we have expensive cards and 17 lands. So some games we're going to draw like 4, 5, 6 lands and we're going to want to discard 1. Other games we're going to get stuck on 2 or 3 and we're really going to need to dig for a few more lands because this deck isn't going to function well forever on 2. It's okay if we stumble on 2. We have 3 Scorching Dragonfires, but we need to be able to dig to our lands 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, we have a few ways to sack food. We have Ginger Brute, Golden Egg, and Trail of Crumbs. So I don't think Broom is amazing, but I think it's good enough to run. I think 17 is just the right amount. I'm not sure if I'd go to 18 before 16 or not, but 17 just feels correct to me. So we have Yorbo. So over the early turns, we want to try and lay forests if we can. I do not know. I hope they are, Nefari. I hope they are. Okay, we're 1 land away from Cabin giving us a food token, so I see no reason to do anything right now besides attack and play the Acolyte. It's cool that it can make a red from your hand, but it also just taps to add mana from in play. So there's Yorvo. We can cast it. We can't attack, but that's all right. I'm still going to hold on to the Cabin since we're 1 forest away from a food token, and we have Broom. I can cast Dragonfire and Egg next turn with 4 lands in play pretty easily. Yorvo doesn't have Trample, so I need to just kill the Wicked Guardian pre-combat. Might as well start with the Egg. We still have 2 mana to do that. I was never going to save the broom because it came into play turn 2 on the play. We don't know what turn they're going to play their first creature. I'm not going to miss 2, 4, 6 damage. What if they don't have a 2-drop and then they have like Forbidding Fruit on turn 3 or something? It's just too valuable to get your creature in play. If they kill the broom, they kill the broom. It's not like our deck revolves around it. I like broom because it's a 2-drop on turn 2 and then it can be relevant in the late game. But I'm not looking to preserve it for the late game. I mean, in some spots, but not in a spot where I'm on the play and my other 2-drop doesn't deal damage. So remember, y'all, as much as it pains me to miss streams, I'll be commentating the top 32 of the Twitch Rival $75,000 tournament this Wednesday. So I won't be on my usual stream, but I will be on the Twitch Rival stream. So tune into that. Unfortunately, it's going to be standard, but fortunately, it's a brand new standard, and it should be pretty exciting. Nothing really to decide here. I'm not going to use another removal spell on a 1-3 just to get in 2 more damage. I don't need life, so I can already sack the egg for mana and then make an additional broom copy end of their turn. So I'm going to do that. And of course, we're going to clear the 4-3 so Yorbo can keep attacking. Thank you, Snuggly D. Appreciate that subscription. It's only 4 more damage if I Dragonfire the Witch. And Slaying Fire can go to the player too, so I don't know. I guess maybe I could have made that aggressive play. It is 4 more damage, and Slaying Fire can go to the player, so maybe it was right. It's close. But remember, I'm not stranding mana. If they play something good to kill, I can kill it end of turn, or I can make an extra 2/1 end of turn. What I'm planning to do now is sack the egg for mana, and that triggers the broom, and then I get my broom copy, and then I can untap and use removal and attack potentially. So you're right, it was a lot more damage, so maybe it was worth doing. But also, I'm getting an extra 2/1 in play this way. All right, so let's see. None of these are humans. Wish I had just put this gingerbread cabinet in play at this point. I guess, especially given I've drawn return, I'm not sure what to do. I mean, do I just play gingerbread and pass this turn? I could attack with these 3, and then if Oathsworn blocks Yorbo, Tempting Witch blocks a broom, I give +3/+3. They take 5. Your Oathsworn shrinks. I think I can just wait 1 more turn. Oathsworn Knight has to attack, so it won't be up to block next turn. Oh, I don't think we want to draw 4. I think what we'll do now is just let Oathsworn attack us, kill a blocker, deal damage to them. Then we could attack with all 4 creatures and play +3/+3. None of these are humans. Giant Noble, Elf Druid, Spirits. I don't know why they're spirits. They should really just be brooms. Come on now, wizards. But given the Oathsworn has to attack, we're going to be able to play the removal end of their turn, and then untap and attack with the return of the Wild Speaker. I think drawing 4 here would definitely be a mistake. I mean, if they played like a sweeper or something, then I might draw 4 in response. But that Oathsworn has to attack us. This game is over. I'm just going to fry both their blockers here because we're going to give +3/+3 to all of our attackers. So we can sack like the broom to the Doom Foretold. Obviously, I could sack other things and trigger my brooms, but there's just no need to do that. With 1 black, I don't think there's anything they can do. They'd have to stop 2 of our creatures. These are all non-humans. So we're going to give +3/+3 to all our creatures. They're at 10. This game just looks completely over to me. Looks like we might have a roper, or as I like to call it, victory lap mode. So now what's going to happen is we're going to sack Broom, and then we have 4, 6, 8 plus 9, so 17 points of damage. Oh, they're not thinking. There's nothing they can have or do. They're just roping out because they realize they're dead. Hey, if people get salty when they lose, I just feel bad for them. Either way, we can discuss strategy, and we'll be moving on to the next match soon. So we'll sack, let's see, the smallest one. And then that's game. If they had a dark ritual, I would be really, really impressed, given it's not in the format or on Arena. Then I would absolutely shake their hand. Salt will do that to a computer, right? I think the flavor of the set's good, but I'm not really into flavor, so I don't know. That's a better question for somebody like LSV who really appreciates flavor. Me personally, I'm more of a value and function guy. I'm not really that into flavor myself. I don't even like flavor when it comes to food. I just like the most efficient food I can get. Like, all I'm ever thinking about is, like, what's the best combination of price, like, nutrition and speed when it comes to my food and taste. Gamer's gonna game, right? All right, so this time I'm gonna play the cabin. It's in our opening hand. That's why I always Chipotle. How are you going to beat Chipotle when it comes to combining the factors of price, taste, speed, and nutrition? Chipotle literally checks all of those boxes very well. All right, we're not an aggro deck, and we can always get an extra ping out of the Trebuchet when we play the Shield Breaker anyway, so I'm going to hold on to the Shield Breaker. If we were an aggro deck with pump spells and where I cared a ton about their life total, I would have probably played it, but that's just not really what our deck does. Usually I would put out the mana ramper before I would put out the pinger. But if they have removal, I would much rather them kill Trebuchet here. And we're not looking to ramp anything out in particular. So that's why I played the Trebuchet first. If you don't get the wrap, then Chipotle becomes pretty healthy. Like, I usually get bowls. And if you don't get the bowl, then if you get the bowl and not the, like, burrito shell, then you're looking at 700 calories and it's really filling and a good variety of nutrients and all that. Okay, so I'll tell you what we're not going to do. If we put Kenrith's transformation on Oathsworn Knight, since it keeps the counters, it would lose this ability where when it takes damage, it gets smaller, and it would just turn into a 7/7. So we're not going to do that. I can tell you that much. Past that, what do we want to do here? I think if we just play Acolyte this turn, it's fine. We can take one hit for 4, and then we'll figure out next turn what we want to do. This Oathsworn Knight is a problem. I'm not going to say it isn't. I mean, it's a really good card coming out on turn 3. So it's kind of weird that they're attacking with Swordmaster. I guess they probably just have, like, +2/+0. I'm not really that concerned about this Trebuchet. I care a lot more about the mana creature. Like I said, I led the Trebuchet first because I thought they might have removal or something. So I'm going to go ahead and block with it. Going to have to work through these tricks. No big deal. No reason to miss a ping, though. Okay, that makes this turn pretty easy, I think. Just play Yorvo. We can also smash that food. Anytime you can destroy your enemy's food, you probably want to do that. The sad reality of warfare, right? Now, Yorvo, on the other hand, if we Kenra's transformation, it will turn into a 7/7. It will lose the ability to grow further, but I think I'm okay with that. So yeah, think since we have to deal with this 4/4 that has to attack every turn, I think we want to make a 7/7. It only grows when a green creature or a creature with power greater than it. So playing the Shield Breaker first wouldn't have changed anything. That was why I didn't do it. We can always trail later. We don't know if they're going to have removal. Because even if they have removal for Yorvo, it's still a close game. Our 2/3 is stopping most of their board. So I'm going to play Shield Breaker here and just pass, I think. Because if they don't kill Yorvo, life is good. If they do kill Yorvo, then it's Shield Breaker on Oathsworn Knight, Rose Thorn on Swordmaster. And we have to prepare to grind back into it with Trail and Once in Future. I don't believe it was going to grow if I played Shield Breaker. Am I missing something? When a green creature enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on it. If that creature's power is greater than Yorvo's, put a counter on it. Yeah, so if I played the Shield Breaker first, it wasn't going to grow. Okay, so now we're going to Once in Future back our combo, probably. So for this turn, we have to pay the Adamant, which means we can't possibly recast Yorvo. So let's go ahead and cast Trail. Still looking fine on board. We can throw Shield Breaker in front of Oathsworn Knight. We're not taking damage. And then end of their turn, we'll just buy back our combo here. It's +1/+1 for any green creature. Whenever another green creature enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on Yorvo. Then if the creature's power is greater, put a second. So I didn't have any green creatures to play. I had Empress Shieldbreaker to play. But unless they have anything to break this game open, we're looking really good. So I don't need this Rose Thorn, so we'll definitely put it on a Swordmaster. And then the question is, where do we put Shieldbreaker? I guess since we're going to have a creature big enough to eat Oathsworn Knight next turn anyway, we just put the Shieldbreaker there. They might have, like, Forever Young, and they're planning to, like, drain me out or something. But they only have the one Knight, so even if they get back both Swordmasters, it's just not that scary. Plus, we have Trail of Crumbs. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and grab my combo back, make my 7/7 again. Given they dealt with a 7/7 the first time, they should be prepared to deal with it a second time, right? It's only fair. Now, if they have another removal, it does get dicey. And they did. Wow, we still have a game. So, I think I pretty much have to chump. I know I'm gaining the 3, but I am still shrinking the Oathsworn. It's not a pure chump block. Hey, nicely done by the opponent. They worked through 2 7/7s this game. One with Bake and one with Lash. And now we're actually just dead. If they attack with everything, we could either block these 2 and take 4 and die, or double block the Paladin and take 3 and die. Good game, opponent. The only other dude was a Trebuchet or something, not super useful, or an Embereth Shieldbreaker. If I had like a Fierce Witch Stalker to get back, I wouldn't make such a greedy play. But remember, the Kenrith's Transformation drew another card too. It's not like I'm investing both cards into making a 7/7. Like, I happen to draw a land off of it, but if I had drawn a creature off of it, I could have just played that too. And, like, the other creatures I was getting back were pretty poor. It would have been like a Shieldbreaker just as a 2/1, or it would have been a Trebuchet, I think, or something. I don't think I had any good creatures to get back. Pretty sure that was right. If Transformation didn't draw a card, or I had, like, a Fierce Witch Stalker or something like that, then it would be a much closer decision. I wasn't just like, oh, sweet combo, must do it. The other options in the graveyard were not particularly enticing. All right, so if they're playing that card, they probably have a decent amount of artifacts and enchantments in their deck. So I think I'm going to hold on to the Shieldbreaker. Probably Scorching Dragonfire that, since I already have another one. Plus, I'm looking to go to the long game here with Thrill of Possibility. So let's just stave off the beatdown for now and see what they do. This turn we can cast Trebuchet. I'm pretty proud of myself pronouncing this, you know. Ouch. I guess I'm not the only one who gets the Shieldbreaker thing, sadly. Maybe they play all the glitters and I can blow them out, but maybe they have Silverflame Squire and then they blow me out. All right, so let's start by Thrill. We're going to discard the Mountain, of course, because we need another Forest for Yurvo. And then Dragonfire away the red cap. It's a pretty scary creature. I'm not really scared of the Shieldbreaker. Just a 2/1. It's a great card because it blew up a Trebuchet. But now that it's in play, it's just a 2/1. I'm not planning to do another draft after this, but I am planning to hang around. I'm going to chat and show ads like I do at the end of my stream now for like 45 minutes at the end of every stream. So if you have any questions of any kind you want to ask me, that's basically the best time to do it. And we're still going to finish this draft run, of course. Well, I don't know what they have. I can't grow it, and there's a lot right now, but there's a lot that gives exactly +2, and not much that gives +3. Both Silverflame Squire and Rimrock and Bargain, all of that stuff gives +2, so I think I'm going to take it. Hopefully we'll draw a single green creature. If not, we still have plenty of life. Plus, I have this Shieldbreaker, so I can throw that in front of their creature. All right, I already like it. We can draw four more cards now that we're on the defensive. I think there's virtually no way they have Searing Barrage, but I also don't really have 1-mana cards. So what I'm going to do is play Return of the Wild Speaker on the opponent's upkeep. If they had Barrage, and for some reason they weren't slamming it previous, they would most likely have played it end of my turn, and then I could respond with draw. Well, actually, I would respond with +3/+3 in that case. So now I'm going to block. It's a whole different game. Last turn, I didn't block because I thought all I had left was a Shieldbreaker, and if I drew one creature, I really wanted this Yurvo to get to a 5/5. Now I just drew a fistful of cards. I have double once in future. I really just want to keep my life total up. So now blocking is definitely just an easy choice. We can go grab back Yurvo and draw 4, or Yurvo and Dragonfire or Trebuchet. Sit behind our Spider. Life is good. Generally, I try and use my removal against decks that are likely to have combat tricks when they're tapped. You never know if they were going to have like Bargain or Silverflame Squire or something if I try and use it in combat. Of Of course, I'm going to block now. I don't really care about the spider. I'll just get it back after they play their last pump spell. Well, not if it gets exiled, I won't, but I still don't care about the spider. So I think we can just get back Yorvo and like Trebuchet now that they have a 1/1 flyer out that we kind of want to block. And we should be in closeout mode pretty quickly here. If they attack, we don't care about these small creatures, so I'm not going to block with Yorvo. I'll just block with my Shield Breaker. If they have a pump spell, cool. If not, cool. Like, I'm not saying, like, if I knew they had exactly Squire, I would make exactly that block. But frankly, these 2/1s just don't matter. Oops, let's ping first, because Garenbrig Paladin's even a knight. But now we can slam this with Adamant. Grow that Yorvo. Attack. They can either bury their team or take 5. And then end of turn, I'm going to grab back a bunch of removal and card drawing and lock this game up. Looks like the opponent agrees. It's a good question, German Gary. I've always liked digital gaming more than in person, but I'll take that question to mean more like from like human draft to bot draft. And I mean, I really feel like the bot drafts could become very good. They're not right now, but it's mostly just because of Secret Keepers and bows. If they could get the bots to just value cards that are good in multiples, but not good if you only get 1 or 2 properly, bot drafting would be fine. And if they could get the bots to draft well, then bot drafting would be amazing. Okay, so we're going to keep this. Even though we can't cast much, we're on the draw. We need 1 mountain, and this hand's amazing. 1 forest for turn 3 Yorvo. So, I mean, you just have to keep hands like this on the draw. So, if we want to play our 2-drop here, we play mountain. I think we're better off just playing forest in case we peel a forest for Yorvo next turn. And like I said, we're not an aggro deck. I'd rather hold this for value. They might play an artifact. You never know. Hey, land 3, Yorvo turn 3. Don't mind if we do. Maybe this opponent won't have removal, and we'll just get them with the 7/7 next turn. We could also just tree folk it into a 6/6, and then we can still transformation it for +3/3. Transformation only interacts with base power and toughness, not with counters. That said, that creature has Death Touch, so that could shut down those plans. Of course, we can always transformation their creature, and I probably will, because otherwise this creature can stop Yorvo, and this creature can draw cards. Well, there goes all of that. Now we're just going to go ahead and go Operation 7/7. We can Scorching Dragonfire away the Oakham adversary, and might as well hit them for 7. Maybe they have a Bacon to Pie or an Exile into Darkness or whatever that card's called. Maybe they don't. If they don't, the game is over because we have a 7/7. If they do, we drew a card of transformation anyway. We have plenty of other stuff to do. Let's find out. Never be afraid of an easy win, right? Maybe they'll have it, maybe they won't. Let's test them. Epic Downfall. I always call it Exile into Darkness, which is like an uncommon from Champions block or something. Thank you, Smith MG554. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for supporting my stream. All right, you want to Reaper me while I'm hitting you for 7? Sounds good to me. What should we discard, though? The hand is so loaded. I feel like if we draw a land, and Yorvo's out and we draw 7, we win. But if they kill Yorvo, then we need the Paladin to draw 5. I think I want to discard Shield Breaker. Yeah, and then Trebuchet, the red cards. I agree. So if we don't draw a land, we can always Tree Folk it or cast whatever spell we drew. If we do draw a land, we just draw 7. There's no reason to take any chances. We're not going to lose the game if we draw 7. Actually, maybe I'll just slam Paladin because it'll be a 5/5, and then even if they have removal for Yorvo, we can always draw 5. But basically, if we draw a land, we can't lose. If we don't draw a land, we can always hit them for 9, which gets them in Slaying Fire range. Okay, well, they played a Chump Blocker, so now our only option is Tree Folk. We didn't draw anything else we can cast, so it's not really a decision. Just go ahead and make it into a 9/9 and attack. Eat their Curious Pair, but that's all we can do this turn. Still a game. But they didn't have Bake last turn, so they probably don't have it this turn. Reaper's not stopping Yorvo. Okay, so this turn, we'll just attack for 9. I know that they're probably not holding anything, but there's just no need to go for the kill here, right? Even if they took it. We have a Paladin to slam. It's not like we're not about to play something else meaningful. This is a 5/5 that can't even be blocked by small creatures. They must have one, like Once in the Future or something, or Return to Nature, so they're shrinking Yorvo a bit. No big deal there. All right, so let's see where we're at. If we play Tree Folk, we grow Yorvo once, which means a double block doesn't even kill it. Paladin can't be double blocked because Rosethorn can't block it. So if we just play Tree Folk, we already know they have no good blocks. We could attack with both, but they'd have to let both through, which they're not going to do for Return to kill them, so that's not very exciting. So this turn looks pretty easy. We know that what we want is for them not to have a good double block on Yorvo, and now they have 6 power, and we have a 7/7. And then Paladin, it can be blocked by a 4/5, but they can't double block Paladin either because Rosethorn can't block it. Paladin has that annoying line of text, can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. So now they just basically have to chump block, take 5, and we get further ahead. Right, which meant they can't let both through, which means we're not going to get a surprise win with Return of the Wild Speaker. So that's why we just cast Tree Folk, because that makes the situation so they have no good blocks. I think we'll see a concession here, unless they top deck Bake into a pie. Well, that's a good one, but yeah, they're just dead. So this is not a human, and it's the only creature that has less than 3, so now we can just give +3/+3 to all of our non-humans and attack for lethal. I don't know, German Gary. I mean, it's a tough question. I like the Bant food deck I played in the last MC. I would play it again over Sultai or Simic food, but I would play the Cats deck if I could go back in time and submit any deck. I think the Cats Sultai Sack deck was just the nuts in MC6. In MC5, I would definitely play the Knights deck over like Golos or Simic food. I would probably play Javier's Gruul deck if I could go back and play any deck. But I think Knights was a good choice. Better than Golos for that tournament. Bant Ramp was fine, nothing special in MC3. I don't remember if anybody else broke it or anything like that. It was a pretty standard deck at that time. I mean, not really. I don't know. I mean, I certainly didn't play the very best deck possible in every tournament. I mean, I played a black-white control deck in London. I went like 5-5, 5-4, or 4-4 or something with it in Modern. Lost some close matches. It felt pretty good for that field. The human deck I played in Barcelona is probably one of my bigger regrets. I never really liked that deck. It just thought if you played extra mages and spheres, it could be a tier 1 deck that would have a good Hogak matchup potentially. The one match I lost to Hogak was super close. I got pummeled by like a Pyromancer control deck with like Smiting Helixes and like a black-green rock deck. Decks that I would expect to beat humans. Decks that I didn't expect people really to bring to the Hogak Pro Tour. So it's pretty hard to say. But so let's see. I think this hand, I just want to put the cabinet in play. I know we're only 1 forest away, but we also have a lot to spend our mana on. Modern, my least favorite format. Well, of Booster Draft, Standard, Sealed Deck, and Modern, Modern is my least favorite of those 4. Those are the only formats I play regularly. So it's, I mean, I don't like hate Modern or anything. I think it's usually worse than Standard. Sometimes it's more fun. Like when there's 1 or 2 decks that are totally dominating Standard, then I'd prefer to play Modern. When Standard is healthy, then I like Standard more than Modern. Looks like we might have another all-in on Yorvo game. I mean, there's nothing they can do for 3 mana, and our choices for this turn are Tree Folk using all our mana or play Broom. So let's turn Yorvo into a 6/6. We'll find out next turn whether they have a Bacon, a Pie, or if they're playing Lash or something when we attack. But there's nothing they can do to kill it in response, and it's not like we have any other good drops. But don't be afraid to make these kind of plays. It's not like if they Bacon a Pie it, we've just thrown away all our resources, or if they Lash it, we've thrown away all our resources. We didn't have anything else productive to do right now anyway. And of course, we can always get it back. So for now, we want to do what? We want to play Broom. We want to Dragonfire the Deathless Knight because that exiles it. The odds that they had specifically Lash in hand are not that high. This isn't even a card people always main deck. I'm not going to miss 2 points of damage and Tree Folk it post-combat because they might be holding Lash, which is not even a blowout of any kind. They lose their creature and their Lash. I lose my creature, and I have a once in future in hand. But now, we'd rather sack the egg after the Broom is out. We can sack it for a red, use the red to Dragonfire, and pay 3 and make a copy of Broom. But we can't do all of that right now. So we have to make a choice. We're going to strand 3 mana if we don't Dragonfire the Deathless Knight right now. And Deathless Knight's a pretty scary card. So I think I just want to get rid of that while I can safely. I can always buy back Yorvo and Egg, and then use Egg to trigger Broom should I want to do that. But given our hand has another 6/5 once in future, and there's a 6/5 over here chilling, I think removing this good threat, this good recursive threat, is where we want to be at right now. Okay, so again, we're a mana short of doing our 6/5s. They made a 4/4. I think I'm just going to trail, sack my food, dig up a land. This way we can then just play our 6/5s and hopefully get to the late game where we can win, because that's what our deck is good at. So kind of unfortunate we didn't have a single mount in this game, or things would have went a little smoother. But all in all, we're still in pretty good shape. Y'all know there's nothing I fear more than this 2/3 drawing extra cards. So we're going to have the choice between play a 6/5 or once in future back Dragonfire and Yorvo. I'm going to once in future back Dragonfire and Yorvo because I'm always scared they'll just kill my 6/5 and attack with Okame Adversary. I'm not going to assume the auto tapper knows whether I want a mountain or not in this position. So let's go ahead and cast getting back those two. Now, at this point, they can play any pump spells that they'd be holding in hand, like Carver, so it doesn't make sense to Dragonfire it now, which means maybe I shouldn't even have Once and Future now, actually, but whatever. Inside combat, most of the pump spells give +2/+2, so I'm going to Dragonfire the adversary if they attack with it before blockers. If they give it +3/+3, then I can decide whether to take it or block. If they give it +2/+2, then I can block it with the broom and it'll still get finished off. And I don't really care much about this broom. It's not particularly important. I don't really think the brooms are important. I mean, this deck, we have a 6/5 off to the side. We have another 6/5 in hand and another big creature in hand. All right, so I can't stop that. I'm going to have the option to Dragonfire the Witchstalker or Dragonfire the Oakham adversary. I'd rather kill the 2/3 draw card engine than the 5/5, I think. Hopefully they don't kill me in exactly 3 turns. But, I mean, I have multiple 6/5s to put out to trade with the Witchstalker. I didn't fire the elf on my turn because if they Carvered it, they would then get to untap, attack with the Oakham, and I'd have no good block on it. If they Carver it on their turn, I can still just block with Broom to finish it off. So that's the reason I didn't make that play, even though you've mostly seen me make that play. So for right now, oh wait, I can Yurvo and then Treefolk Yurvo, and then Yurvo becomes big enough. And that uses all 7 mana instead of 6. Nice. I almost missed that. I was about to say I need to play Treefolk because Yurvo is not big enough to block Witchstalker, but this line uses all 7 mana, and now Yurvo is big enough to block Witchstalker. But yeah, so that was complicated, but that's the reason I didn't Dragonfire on my turn that time, was because if they have Carver for +2/+2, the Oakham still takes 3 from the Dragonfire, and then I can put the Broom in front of it to finish it off. If I Dragonfired it on my turn and they Carvered it, they would untap with a 2/3 with no damage on it, and Broom would not be able to block it profitably. So if I do it on their turn when they attack and they pump it, I just block it with Broom and finish it off. So I'm going to play Treefolk. The only question is whether we attack with Yurvo or not. Given we have Trail Out, I think I'm going to be pretty conservative and not send the 7/7 here. I just want to not accidentally lose this game any which way. I'll beat them in the late game with my endless barrage of giant creatures and my card advantage in life from Trail. I mean, Upkeep might be the best time there, but then they don't have to, like, even attack with it necessarily. I mean, they don't have to attack anyway. But yeah, that's why I did it on their turn. Maybe Upkeep was optimal. I'm not 100% on that. Okay, I think for now, I want to Trebuchet before this other Treefolk. That leaves me the ability to use Trail on a turn, get some life. I keep Scorching Dragonfire up. I don't know what their last card is, but I like the way this game is going. It's definitely possible Upkeep was optimal, Ixo. But again, I wasn't like really that concerned with them pumping it, because I had the Broom back to block. But I'm not arguing. Upkeep might have been optimal. So if we drew anything instant, we could attack with Yurvo. I guess if I trade Treefolk off for one of their 5/5s, that clears the way for Yurvo to attack in future turns. So now that we have another 6/5 to play and we gained our life, I think the right play is to send just one of these Treefolks. Even though it's a 6/5 for a 5/5, it's a good trade for us, because then they won't be able to double block Yurvo. If I send with Yurvo now, they can double block. I could finish off one of them with Dragonfire, but Yurvo's much bigger than their creatures and going to continue to grow. So I think the right play here, we send Treefolk. We've got plenty of blockers back. And if they trade, then next turn they don't have a good block on Yurvo. And I'm just going to hold up Dragonfire rather than cast Gingerbrute. We can't Shield Breaker either of these. They would just sack it in response. I went with the Witch Stalker over the Paladin because it has Trample, and there could be some conceivable surprise win for them. I'm not saying it's likely. Honestly, I don't know how the opponent can win this game. So that you could kill either one there, but Trample is why I decided to go with the Witch Stalker, just in case they had like Insatiable Appetite plus something, and somehow snuck in some kind of Trample victory over my Chump Blocker or something like that. Okay, we're at the point where I feel like we can kind of change things around a little. We're winning this race comfortably now. They've got a block. Played this game pretty conservatively because, I mean, we were in a good position the whole game. But now I'm not really worried. I did forget about that ping, though. Yes, I missed the ping. Yes, I know. I apologize. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have sent Gingerbrute. Again, that we were in closeout mode there. Like, I wasn't really... I've always said I play my best in close games, and still play pretty well in games I'm losing, and play pretty poorly in games I'm winning by every angle by miles, just because, like, it's really hard to get yourself to care about turning a 99.8%er into a 99.9%er. Once they drew another land and did nothing on that next to last turn, we had an 8-8, a 6-5, trail, 13 life, trebuchet, a removal in hand. I mean, come on. If I knew my opponent had one Innkeeper in their deck, I would probably still draw first with this deck. They're only going to have it turn 1/4 of the time. Plus, they also have to have a turn 2 adventure creature, or I can just Dragonfire it on my turn 2. If I knew they had like 2 Innkeepers and a bunch of cheap adventure creatures, I would probably choose to play, so I could kill their Innkeeper before they draw an extra card off it. That's a good question. So here we have the option to turn our Gingerbrute into a 3/3 on turn 2 if we want. But we also have Trail, so we might just want to sack our food for more cards. That's a good question, Hans. I do not know the answer to that. Any judges in the house? All right, not much they could do to blow us out here. I think I'm going to turn it into a 3/3. If they were like a creature deck, I might not do this. I might save Kenrith's Transformation here and play Trail. But if they're going to be like a blue control deck, I want to get under them and pressure them. So I'm pretty excited about attacking with a 3/3 on turn 2, so they can't just leave up counter mana like easily. As is, they had So Tiny, but hey, we still trade with their So Tiny, and they're still taking 1 a turn. Could be worse. Well, this is an exciting turn. Smash their wall. Continue with the plan of going under them. So they probably have a counter, but it's not like we really have instants to do on their turn that we care about. So I think what we do here is just Tree Folk. Because Gingerbrute's going to end up getting -6/-0 at some point, we want to be targeting Shield Breaker. This will probably get countered, but I don't mind trading this with Didn't Say Please. I have another one for next turn, plenty of ammunition. And now, like I said, we have another one for next turn. Turn our 2-1 into a 4-3 so it can attack past that Secret Keeper. Hopefully they don't have another So Tiny. Okay, nothing really changing so far. We're just going to attack with the Shield Breaker, see what they do. So I can't fizzle that no matter what the Shield Breaker is going to get bounced. I could spend both these Dragonfires on the Secret Keeper to prevent them from replaying it, but that seems like it's worse than me just playing Shield Breaker and playing Trail and letting them mill me for 4 more cards. I'm not 100%. How are we unlocking Gingerbread? It's no longer food, right? It's an elk now. Oh, is it still an artifact? I don't even know. No, it's not even an artifact. We can't even kill it. Yeah, all right. I'll save the mill and double Dragonfire. Yeah, when something becomes an elk, it loses all types. Like, it's not an artifact. It's not anything. This is a close choice. I think it makes some sense to double Dragonfire to save a mill for 4. But the problem is the Shield Breaker's still going back in our hand. Well, my girlfriend is a vegan, Swatlax. Not that I didn't just, like, honk a euro at the start of the stream. But yeah, it is nice to get rid of that. Who knows? Maybe they're holding more Runaway Togethers and no more Secret Keepers. So, I mean, I don't mind 2-for-1ing myself there. There is some value. Okay, so Shield Breaker's doing nothing now since it's just attacking into Tomb Raider. We could resolve once in future if there's anything we want really badly, but there isn't. So this looks like a good turn to just trail. See if we find a Forest, gets us closer to once in future with Adamant. We may not even want it with Adamant. We may use it on the last turn and put a card on top for an extra turn. But for now, what we really want to do is just cast the 6/5. And we already have Shield Breaker. If they don't play any more artifacts, we can discard it to Thrill. But first and foremost, let's sack our food. See what we dig up. Think I'd rather have a 2/3 than a tap land. If that was comes into play on tap land, it would have been a super hard choice. But I think now I'm just going to slam Tree Folk. Maybe they have a counter, maybe they don't. But if I play the Acolyte, I can't really double spell this turn because, I mean, what am I going to do? Play a 2/1? So I play the Tree Folk. It gives me, I can get back both Tree Folks if I want to with the once in future. And I mean, I'm going to have to work through their counter spells. It's not like I'm getting milled by Folio every turn or something. I'm not sure what the Deathseed Lord Tupperware scale is, Lobot. After this draft, I'm going to hang out for ads and chats. And then if there's any detailed explanations and questions and stuff like that, fire away. All right, so what do we want to do now? We could slam this. It's only going to be a 4/4, but it's not that bad. We could resolve once in future, get back like Dragonfire and Tree Folk. Dragonfire away the 3/3 flyer and have a Tree Folk for next turn. That looks pretty good. I do have a second once in future. They exile themselves when cast, but if it gets milled, it'll be in my yard. So I do want to kind of wait on once in future, if possible, until they mill the other one. I think I just get this out. I mean, they're already down to 10. There's nothing wrong with a 4-4. It would be much sweeter if it was a 5-5, but they still have to deal with it. Sweet, there's another artifact for us to blow up. They must not have very good options because they know we have the Shield Breaker in hand. So when they play this Hengewalker, that tells us one of two things. Either they have a better artifact or just another artifact, or they just have nothing else to do and they're like, well, I might as well spend my mana and make them Shield Breaker it. That said, I will take the bait. I have plenty of ammunition. If they do something else good, we can always, once in future, do what we need to do. Yeah, they definitely might have Folio. Again, I mean, I'm pretty prepared to like empty my hand and all of that here, so I'm not really worried about it. If I didn't have much to do, like if I might save it. But killing the 3/3 was pretty meaningful since it allowed the 4/4 to connect. And I mean, I'm dumping my hand. But I would not be shocked to see Folio or a better artifact, given they knew I had the Shield Breaker and they chose to play Hengewalker. Of course, they may also just not have had anything else to do this turn. So now we have what? 8 mana. I could get back double Dragonfire, fry their board, but all I have to do is get back 1 Dragonfire in combat, and then I can kill one of these Paladins, and then the Garenbrig eats the other one. So that's probably better. So for now, we're going to attack with Garenbrig Paladin. They'll probably double block, in which case we'll once in future back Scorching Dragonfire and like either a Tree Folk or Slaying Fire. Which one do we want more? Probably just Slaying Fire at this point, right? Slaying Fire goes to players, and we have a ton of 2-power creatures, so 4 damage to the opponent with the opponent at 6 is really scary for them. Because this turn we have 4 mana left. We're going to Scorch one of these Paladins, one of these Vantress Paladins. Garenbrig eats the other one, and then we play Sorcerer's Broom. Okay, well, they had So Tiny, so we won't get to eat their other one, but not a big deal there. I didn't really want to attack with the 2/1 just to have them trade Tome Raider for it. I mean, also I kind of wanted the double block. So there's the better artifact they were probably holding, Arcanasal. Remember when they played Hengewalker and we Shield Breakered it? We were like, well, they probably have something better, right? Well, there it is, Arcanasal. Okay, so if we get in 2 points of damage, we win. So if we thrill a possibility and find something that like removes a blocker, we win. But Brimstone Trebuchet can also just ping them out. So I think what we're going to do here is just Slaying Fire them to 2 while they're tapped. Because who knows if they have counters in hand, right? And then play our Trebuchet. Maybe they have Charm Sleep. Maybe they can deal with Trebuchet. Maybe they can't. We have another Once in Future in the deck. And, I mean, I want to resolve my cards and make counter spells bad against Mono Blue. Absolutely. Happy birthday, Georgia. From Wayne Gretzky and Ben SMTG's Twitch stream. I do play competitively. I'm in the Magic Pro League, although most likely not for too much longer, but I'll be in the league under it next year, which is Rivals. And also I'm in the Magic Hall of Fame and all of that. Oh, that's awesome, Reborn Drago. Glad to hear it. Dominaria is one of my favorite sets in a very long time. That was a super sweet format. All right, even though I'm not trying to deck myself, if we find a knight, we win. If we find a removal, we win. We definitely have to cast Thrill here. Now that we have something we want to discard, let's see what the top of our deck is going to give us. So +3/+3 to all non-humans. This is a human. This will get a point of power, which is all we need to lethal them. Because they're at 2 and we have Trebuchet. This is non-human. This is non-human. I like it. If they don't have a So Tiny, they're dead. I'm going to attack with everything and then just give +3/+3 to all the non-humans. This Paladin is getting -6/-0, and it's a 4/4. So it's going to go up to 7 power, which means 1 point gets through from it. And that means we lethal them. The only way they can avoid lethal here is if they have another So Tiny, which they have to then put on Garenbrig Paladin. So they would have to have a So Tiny in hand, and we pull the So Tiny. And then our 2/3 still eats their 3/3. Our 2/1 still eats their 3/3. So even if they have the So Tiny for the Paladin, this still works out really well for us. And if they don't have it, they're literally lethal. Hey, Rodrigo Goff. So if they have a spell for 1 blue, maybe they do have another So Tiny. They have to put it on this Paladin, because if this hits them for 1, then I'll ping them with Trebuchet and they're dead. And then our 5/6 eats their 3/3. Our 5/4 eats their 3/3. Our 2/1 trades with their 1/1. And then they'd have to be able to kill me next turn. It would be a tough spot for them. Instead, they've chosen Death before Dishonor, going down to 1, rather than So Tiny the same Paladin twice, but we have Trebuchet out, so that's just lethal. So, Death before Dishonor, I guess. Hi, greetings, Uruguay. Let me see if I still remember my geography. Are you in Montevideo? Hopefully that's Uruguay and I'm still remembering correctly. The S stands for Stark. My last name. Yeah, I was about 90% that it was the capital of Uruguay, but I wasn't sure. Oh, that's awesome. Well, shout out to Uruguay. The Starks had a rough season. I don't want to spoil Game of Thrones. I assume at this point most people have seen it, but let's not talk about it. But I thought the Starks did all right. I have a decent amount of German ancestry, but I'm American. My family's been here now for like 3 to 4 generations. They immigrated from all over Europe, like Poland and Germany and Romania and Italy and a bunch of places. I know that Stark is a German word, though, and it is a German last name. Okay, let's start with Gingerbread Cabin. So this turn we can Dragonfire. Oh, I was just assuming they're asking me because it's Stark is a German word. Okay, Trail or Dragonfire. We're obviously not transforming either of their creatures to make them bigger. We don't necessarily need to Dragonfire either of those, but we have a lot of removal, and I don't want to get run over, so I think it's right to just take out the 2/1 for a striker here on turn 2. Yeah, it means like strong or unyielding or something like that. I mean, it means basically the same thing in English. Like, it's from German, but I think it's used in English as well. So now let's get our mana ramp creature out first. Yeah, the 6 at 6 was not as patient with their shield breakers as I usually am. But they are an aggro deck, so if they didn't have any other creatures to cast, I can understand playing shield breaker as opposed to just passing the turn. All right, Trebuchet looks pretty good on this board. Let's get that out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stark is strong in any language, not just German. Take it easy. Perfect. That's forest number 3. Comes into play on tap. We'll get a nice free food here. And slam a 5/5. I like this turn. So let's see. Now we have exactly enough mana to play Trail and use it. Paladin can still block Ogre, so we're not really that worried if they attack with Ogre and give Menace and to Shield Breaker. So this turn looks like a good turn to play Trail and use it. I don't know if we're going to take a land off it if we see one. If we did, we would want to play it. So I think it's better than bluffing tricks to just go ahead and activate Trail right now. Because you can't choose non-lands, so there's a decent chance we'll see like a land and a spell. Now, of course, if we see a 6/5 Tree Folk in a land, I think I'd rather have an extra 6/5 for the long game. But if we had seen like Forest and Dragonfire, then we get to play the Forest, play the Ginger Brute, and pass the turn. All right, so we want to start getting these Tree Folks out. We can use all 6 mana here comfortably. If we put 2 counters on the Ginger Brute, there's nothing they can do for 1 red mana. The cheapest removal is 2. Make the Ginger Brute unblockable. The Paladins should be stopping their team for the most part. If they top deck an answer, I take a hard hit for 6. But that's not anywhere near lethal. And then next turn, I have a 6/5 to stop their board again. And I can always leave the Ginger Brute back next turn if they deal with the Paladin and get in for 6 the first time. So for now, I don't see any reason to be missing the 3 damage when I'm not that scared of them killing Paladin. Like, if they do, it's going to be a bad turn for me. But then I'll just play 6/5, hold back Ginger Brute, and we'll still be comfortable. Like, as you can see, they even elected to trap in the tower the Ginger Brute over the Paladin. Because while the 1 hit for 6 this turn would be nice, or 7 or 8 with the Fervent Champion, we'd still stabilize behind the 6/5 here. Wow, well, the game continues. That's why they made that play, because now they're going to get an extra creature every turn. But we've got things going on too. This game is a firefight. So what do we want to do here? I could draw 6 cards. I could give +3/+3 to either or both of these if they go for a block or a double block. This game is a firefight. There is red cap melee at 1 uncommon. You are correct. But it does exist. And they'd have to sack a land. I do want to be aggressive now. I think I'm going to attack with both because they played this Outlaw as Merriment, so that changes things. Before, I was viewing the game as they were the aggro deck, but now they have inevitability, and I need to smash them to death with all my big cards. If they go for a double block, I can +3/+3, kill their creatures, and my 6/5 will live. I think that's better than drawing a million cards. Because I think I have to try and close this game quickly now. I'm not going to beat them getting a creature a turn forever. I think that having the extra 1 in play and the extra 1 in my hand is better. Now if I draw a land, I can give +2/+2 to like this Paladin, and then hopefully they'll never be able to block and kill it. Or if they can't block and kill it, like right now anyway, then I can give +2/+2 to the Tree Folk, and it makes it a lot harder for them. And if I don't draw a land, I can always just attack and let them do whatever they're going to do, blocks, and play the Tree Folk anyway. So now we can get the Trebuchet out and give +2/+2. They can't even chump block the Paladin this turn, and they should run out of 3-power creatures pretty quickly. So I think this works out pretty well. They're going to block the Tree Folk with the Brute and gain 3, so their net loss here is 4, and they're down to 5. And then we have our Pinger online. Plus they have to chump this Paladin every turn. And this Tree Folk. It's going to be a good one. Thank you for subscribing, Daron. Appreciate the support. Hey, you're welcome. Congrats. And thank you. I know you give lots of good insight and ask lots of good questions all the time in my stream. So thank you for your contributions. Pretty aggressive attack here. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it's not like one of these is going to bounce. Trebuchet would eat their 2/1. So, unfortunately, we cannot kill this Merriment here. They don't have any artifacts, but fortunately, we're not really in bad shape. I don't know if we want to send the 6/5. What does it do? It gives them a block with the 2/1, but if we kill a 3-power creature, that removes a chump blocker, so that's pretty appealing. I could turn this into a 3/3 so it loses lifelink, but then they could triple block the Paladin, so I can't do that right now. So yeah, I think we just send both. I'm not ecstatic about the fact that they get to block with their lifelinker if they want to, but ultimately, I'm killing a creature, I'm adding another 6/5 to the board, getting a little further ahead, and the Paladin is still threatening lethal. Wow, I didn't even think of that, Hans. I mean, I don't think we had lethal or any real reason to give up the Pinger yet. They still had plenty of small creatures out. But that's definitely a play to keep in mind. Because, I mean, if we end up in a spot where, like, we can ping them and then untap it, turn it into a 3/3 and attack with everything, and that extra 3/3 connects for lethal or forces bad blocks, that could definitely become the right play. I don't think it was right last turn. They had plenty of blockers, and I didn't want to give up the Pinger. But that is really astute, Hans. And I'm really glad that you mentioned that. I don't even know if I would have thought of that. So now we could ping them to 5. What Hans is saying is if we ping them with Trebuchet and play Shield Breaker, Trebuchet on taps, then we could transform Trebuchet and get an extra attacker. This turn, they don't have any lifelinkers out. So there's not really much of a difference between sending one extra 3/3. They'll just do something like double block it. But it certainly could come up where that will be an awesome play. For right now, I think we're just going to send the 7/7 and the 2 6/5s and let them do their blocking. There's no way this can work out poorly for us. I don't think he means the trapped one. I mean, it wouldn't fall off. Like, why would I want to change a trapped Trebuchet into a 3/3? I'm pretty sure he means the non-trap one because it'll lose Defender, and then it'll be a 3/3 attacker, which could potentially be 2 extra points of damage. And that could be the difference between lethal or not with the opponent at 6. I'm pretty sure I understand what Hans is suggesting, and it's really cool that he thought of that. I'm not even sure if I would have thought of that or not. Even if it was off stream, I don't know if I would have thought of that or not. That said, for right now, we are trying to swarm them. So let's go ahead and put out our Shield Breaker. And we'll decide on that transformation next turn, if it makes sense or not. Well, I have a food token, so they're definitely not going to lethal me. Not really sure what they're up to here, but... Oh, the Giant Wrath, probably. But Paladin's a Giant, so that's not going to work. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they can do here, but... Okay, I can let 2 through. That's putting me to 7, and then this is putting me to 10. They're not 10ing me, so... And when I said they're not 10ing me, I meant they're not 12ing me. I was already counting the 2 damage. We'll sack our food here. So that's still not lethal, just to be clear here. Though it was way closer than I would have liked. What? It is lethal? How did I miscount that? That's 10, and I was at 9, and I gained 3 to 12. I completely forgot that 3-1 had trample, or I would have blocked differently. I didn't even know the 3-1 had trample. I mean, that's my fault, but... Yeah, I completely forgot the 3-1 had trample, or I would have put the trebuchet on the 3-1, so sorry about that. Yep, my fault. Clearly, if we untap, we win, so I should have been blocking to suck up as much damage as possible. I thought I was only giving up 1 point of extra suck up by blocking the way I did. I forgot the 3-1 had trample, or I would have put trebuchet on the 3-1 and the 1-1 on the 2-3. Yeah, that was a good game, and good job by the opponent stealing it. My mistake. Well, obviously, I'm not thinking about Embercleave, and none of my plays involve thinking about Embercleave. But at the point that they all-out attack, now I should be thinking about Embercleave. And like I said, to be fair, I just completely forgot the 3-1 had trample, like, at all points there. So it's a punt, but if I had thought of the 3-1 having trample, I would have definitely blocked in such a way to not die to Embercleave. Hey, Voxy, what's going on? Thanks for the shout-out. I'm actually commentating Twitch Rivals on Wednesday. I don't know if they're doing commentary for tomorrow or not, but I do appreciate the shout-out. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you don't play against Merriment very often. It is Wednesday. I'm not sure if the tournament starts tomorrow or not, but I'll be commentating on Wednesday. I believe in you, Voxy. You have something good for the tournament tomorrow? Yeah, but you know what? I had a good draw and was ahead, and I should have beaten their mythics. Like I said, I punted that one. It wasn't even because I wasn't thinking about Embercleave. It was because I forgot the 3-1 had trample, but nonetheless. Well, just make sure you play Weaselback Redcap in your Red-Black Knights deck, because at the very least, win or lose, you can tilt the entire internet. So even though Thrill of Possibility is a sorcery, is an instant, Seasonal Ritual is a sorcery. So if we want to thrill now, if we want to thrill this turn when we have nothing else to do, we need to do it now. So let's go ahead and add a red mana. And then we'll discard a forest because we still have another one, plus we're drawing 2 more cards. We'll probably find more lands. Yeah, but I could have beaten Ace's guess. It doesn't matter what your opponent has if you have lines to beat them. Like, that was definitely a punt on my part. Again, I looked at the board, counted the damage in my head from Embercleave, and didn't think they had lethal, but it's still a punt. Punt is a punt. All right, so I'm not going to block here. I do believe they probably have something, and I really want to untap with this Rose Thorn. I don't have any red sources. Next turn, we can always just pass the turn since we have Slaying Fire. If they attack and go for a pump spell, we can blow them out with Slaying Fire. If they pass the turn, we can Slaying Fire end a turn. And we get further ahead because our deck is a late game deck. And they're playing green-white. Trail could change that. Seeing 2 Squires, I assume they were a green-white aggro deck. They may have just started with a trail and have a few food producers, like Fierce Witchstalker. We don't really know. I don't particularly care about this Broom, and there's nothing that pumps your whole team, I don't think, so I'm going to block both, probably. And then if they go for a pump spell on Squire that Rosethorn is blocking, we can blow them out and kill it in response. If they go for a pump spell on this Squire, I'm not going to bite, because they have to go for another one on this one, or it's just going to get eaten. So now if they don't have another pump, we just get the full blowout. If they do, we'll see where the dust settles. We still get our 3 damage. Okay, they do have another pump, so. Now, if they are going to 7, we can't kill their creature, so this works out okay for them. But we'll survive. There are no flash adventure creatures. Yeah, I think that's true. There are adventures that have flash, but I don't think any of the creatures do. Okay, well, still no red mana, so I don't want to transformation the Spore Cap Spider, but we can always make it bigger. Hopefully they don't top deck some way to get through it. But at the moment, if we turn it into a 3/7 with Reach, it's stopping their team, and then we're 1 land away from the Tree Folk. Brazen Borrower. Maybe that's why Brazen Borrower is mythic. People have been confused why 2 commons put together made a mythic rare. Maybe that's the answer, because it's an adventure creature with flash. So Shepherd here gives them an attack if they want it. They can always attack with all 3 and then Shepherd back whatever I block. Not a huge deal. We can afford to take 4 more damage. Still no land. I think it's time I have to transform one of their creatures. The Squire being the one that is getting the least upgraded. I'm just trying to cycle this card and find a red land. Did not succeed. So hopefully I don't find like Tactician or Trapped in a Tower, because that would blow this game wide open. If we do find our Mountain, then we're in reasonably good shape. But if they find a card like that before we find the Mountain, then we just lose. So this is weird. With Trail Out, I think I'm actually more scared of Food Token here than Cauldron. Because when they sack this, they get to use Trail. And, like, what is 3 damage going to do against my 3/7 and my 6/5? So I think I'm going to Shield Breaker this Food Token here. And slap down another 6/5. Well, I guess draw 6, right? Don't mind if I do. Well, that's a draw, huh? Is draw 6 good? I mean, I don't know. We have an endless supply of big creatures, so I think we can just put the Tree Folk in front of the adversary and hold on to the Scorching Dragonfire for now. Getting the Trebuchet out is another relevant blocker. I mean, I know they can Cauldron it, but they're going to Cauldron something at some point. And if I make them use it, it's gone. They can't then use it in combination with a small creature to work through bigger ones. Meanwhile, I don't really think we need this Tree Folk. Remember, this is the deck with 2 Tree Folk, 2 Paladin, Yorvo, and 2 once in future. Anytime we can trade and the board is staying even, we are not worried about if we can close in the late game or not. But you never know if we lose to a flyer or something like that. So I'm always a little more inclined to hold on to the removal spells and trade off big creatures unless I'm in closeout mode. I remember sometimes. Give me a little credit. Jeez, people. No faith in me these days. I still see no real reason to use Scorching Dragonfire. If they go for a double block, I mean, we can Dragonfire 1. The other plus Cauldron will still kill the Paladin, so that's not, like, super exciting for us, though. I'll probably just let the trade happen here. If they want to kill the Paladin by losing both their creatures, that'll help clear the way for the next Paladin. If they go for a trick, then we've got Dragonfire. Otherwise, if I could blow them out and have the Paladin live, I probably would. But if I Dragonfire the 3/3, they can just finish off my Paladin with Cauldron anyway. So we might as well just pass the turn to the opponent here. Or pass priority to the opponent here. And then post-combat, we can just upgrade. Yeah, Spider was definitely MVP this game. Green-white aggro, not a big fan of a 3/7 reach. All right, no reason to let them chump with those 1/1s now. The 5/5 can't be blocked. No other attacker is going to be super productive. Plus, we're double pinging them with trebuchets. So now we'll just hang out. We know we still have those 2 once in futures to draw, which would be a really nice draw. I'm not even going to block. If I kill them, they get food tokens. They can then sack those to trail. If they don't add to this board meaningfully, I can always Scorching Dragonfire, the 1 on tap one here, and then actually just attack with everything. We're like way ahead now. I know the last time I said that we died because I didn't block properly, but hey, it happens to the best of us, right? Well, I had the food token and the Dragonfire, so the Garrick Pump spell was nowhere near lethal for us there. Shield Breaker for either of their creatures would be good for me, though. So we're definitely attacking. It is kind of weird they're not casting this Curious Pair. My guess is that they have Edgewall Innkeeper in their deck, so they're just holding on to it so they can play it and draw a card, because a 1/3 wouldn't make much of a difference on board. That's a Garrick Pump spell that Blast Aqua is talking about. They're in a bad spot, though. So they're at 9, which means 2 points from the trebuchets on right now, 2 more points on my turn, and then 5 from the Paladin is exactly 9. So they have to block the Paladin right now. They can do that with Prize Griffin, But when your 3/4 flyer is chump blocking, you're not in a good position. Now, if we were to block this boar, then they'd be able to gain 3 life, and then they wouldn't have to chump block. So that's why we're not blocking the boar here, because if we block and kill the boar, it turns into food, and that's just way better for them. What I'm going to do is Scorching Dragonfire the untapped boar, and now we can attack with both creatures. The paladin must be blocked by the prized griffin. The spore cap spider doesn't have to be blocked, but then it's connecting for 3. They don't have a luxury of putting prized griffin on spore cap spider, or they just die. 5, 6, 7. The opponent's life total. Let's see if we can dig up some knights or a once in future. Or 2 once in futures. Not ideal. I know you can't get once in future. I know it's only permanents. That was a joke. They couldn't block the spider on the griffin or they were dead. If they took 5 from the paladin, they would be at 2, and then we would shoot them with the brimstone trebuchets for lethal. That's why I didn't block the boar on their last turn, because it put them in the squeeze where they had to chump block with the prize griffin. That question I cannot answer. They probably should have cauldroned my brimstone trebuchet whenever they had mana available to do so. Both those look pretty good, huh? So they're at 5. They can Witch's Oven the boar, sack the food, and go to 8. So +2/+2 to the paladin is lethal if they don't have anything. 5, 6, 7 is not lethal, so I think we want the tree folk. I'm not even sure what they could have here. I mean, there's like giant killer exactly. There's really not much. So I'm going to go ahead and slap the 2 counters onto the paladin, because the paladin can't be blocked by their small creatures. So their plan for this turn was to Witch's Oven, sacking one of these to make a food, and then they could sack the food to gain 3 life. So they're at 5, so 7 from the paladin and 1 from the trebuchet gives us 8, gives us exactly lethal. All right, we're 6-2 again. Wish I didn't punt that one game, but let's see if we can get 7 wins this draft. Both drafts we had winning records, but no 7 winners tonight. We were 6-3 and 5-3, I think. So, final boss time. Eventually, I'll call them the PogChamp when I understand what that means, but I probably never will. I was using Deckmaster over Cardboard Live because I really like the draft voting, but at this point, obviously, Deckmaster is defunct, so I need to register with Cardboard Live. This is the last draft of the night, but I'm going to hang around for another 30 to 40 minutes afterwards, run ads, and chat with everybody who wants to ask me questions and stuff like that. So this is the final game of Magic of the night. And after that, if you want to stick around, it will just be because you love the sound of my voice, or maybe because you like chatting with the people or whatever. I hear you. I'm not against Cardboard Live. I think Cardboard Live is an awesome product. I was a big fan of the draft voting. I still am. That's why I was hoping Deckmaster would get their stuff together. I don't know like the Deckmaster people or the Cardboard Live people. I have no skin in the game. I just really like the draft voting feature, but it looks like we're not getting that back. So good beats. Well, we definitely can beat Mill. I mean, I don't know if we're going to beat Mill this game or not. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Looks like they missed a land drop, so that gives us a pretty good shot, given we're curving right out. 1, 2, 3. I wish that Seasonal Ritual here was an instant, because in response, I could make a third red and then Slaying Fire for 4 and kill the Secret Keeper. Unfortunately, since it's a sorcery, we can't do that mid-combat. So we'll just put out our Mana Ramper. Yeah, this hand isn't good against Mill. It's got a 1/5 in Trail and Egg, but they missed a land drop. So if they don't find land 3 soon, then I like our chances. Okay, so for now, Ginger Brute, attack with the Broom and the Brute, and then we can Slaying Fire away the Secret Keeper, I think. We're telegraphing that we have something, but for all they know, it's a 3-mana spell to play post-combat, so it'd still be kind of silly for them not to block. What am I doing? I could have just red and killed it pre-combat. Somebody hit the punt counter. I just missed, like, a point of damage or 2. I forgot we had triple red because I only saw 2 red in play when I looked. Wow, I almost went this whole night without a single punt, and now I've made 2 punts in the past 10 minutes, basically. It's almost a good night, huh? All right, so let's start with Thrill. We don't need Spider. We're the aggro deck. See what we find. Dragonfire is definitely what we were looking for. Go ahead and get rid of that 3/3 flyer. Well, it is the last game of the night. Again, I will be hanging around for drafts and chats. Any questions basically about standard, the bans, limited, anything. That's how I get my ads in at the end of the stream. So by all means, feel free to take off at that point. I really appreciate how everybody tunes in, night out, and support for the stream. So this is Third Forest, so we play that, because now the cabin will make food. And then I'm going to actually play Trail first, because I don't actually want it to resolve. Given the opponent's playing a mill deck, I'm not really wanting to Trail over and over and over again. I mean, I'll use it, because I have to use the cards I've drawn, but I would sooner have them counter that than just this Golden Egg cycling at this point, I think, because I'm really not looking to be using Trail. I want to just sack food, make more brooms, and keep attacking the opponent. Okay, so for this turn, not going to play something into their counter magic. The pressure's on them. And of course, I can make creatures end of their turn. I can sack food for life, pay 3 and make another broom. And then next turn, I can actually sack this for mana and make 2 brooms. I tapped the Rose Thorn anyway to cast it. So yeah, I missed damage. Not a lot of damage, but I missed like 2 points. The result is the same, except they take 3 instead of 1 that turn. All right, still not looking bad for us. We're making more brooms. So now we can make 2 more brooms because we can sack this golden egg here for mana. So what we want to do is attack with both. And then we sack this for mana and trigger both, because who cares about life, right? They're playing mill and we're at 23. What's the reason to sack Brute now instead of later? So they don't have an enchantment. I don't know why that matters. Sweet. Well aware we could sack Brute, just... All right, so we got the win, 7-2. Pretty good night, Diamond 2. Hopefully next time we'll be hitting Mythic. Oh, right. Okay, that makes sense. If it was their only enchantment, you turn off the 4/5 bounce creature, but yeah, they had Charm Sleep. That makes sense. So yeah, pretty good night. 3 good decks. I think the third, the one we got 7-2 with, was actually the worst of the 3. But all 3 were pretty good, and I'm pretty happy going 5-3, 6-3, 7-2. Sorry about the one punt.